Hello, hello, hello. Just eat fajita. Are they on? No, yeah. Just finishing off my fajita, and then we'll be ready. So bear with me. I'm just going to turn the camera off a second. You don't want to see me munch this. Oh, she's beautiful, mind. Oh, guess who's back? Just to wash my hands. Oh, hope we all had a nice little break. Hope some people come back. Who's that? Oh, who started? Bloody hell, what's her name?
Raise your right hand, please. When you can. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you God?
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Abigail Hamill. I'm a crime scene specialist with Gwinnett County Police Department.
And I guess what education do you have to be a crime or education and training do you have to be a crime scene specialist with Gwinnett County?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, a master's degree in criminology. I'm certified by the state of Georgia to be a crime scene technician. I've attended over 300 hours of training in order to achieve that certification. And I've been doing this for about 3 years now.
And what are the basic duties of a crime scene investigator in Gwinnett County?
The main portion of our job is to process crime scenes, to collect, preserve, and process any evidence related to those crime scenes.
What can that evidence include?
The evidence for each scene varies from scene to scene. We don't usually get the same thing at any particular scene, but typically the processing usually includes photography, any type of chemical testing, such as blood testing or fingerprinting of that evidence.
Um, were you so assigned and so employed in July of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Did you participate in the investigation of a homicide that occurred at Yellow River Park?
I did.
And what was your role in that investigation?
I was the lead crime scene technician that was present at the investigation.
And what specifically
I was going to say,
would
where
your
the
role be as
hell
the
have you all
lead
been?
crime scene
I'm
investigator?
joking.
So
I
the
would just come
investigation
myself.
starts off with a walkthrough, which we would get from a first responding officer who arrived at the scene before us. They take us through the scene to show us any evidence that's been located prior to our
All
arrival.
good. Literally
And then
just
we also
started.
conduct our
Literally
own
just
search of
started.
the scene as well to identify any additional evidence that maybe got missed during that initial period before we
All
arrived.
good.
And then
Hopefully she's
after
a
we get
fine
the
bunch.
walkthrough, we begin
All
processing the
good,
scene,
Sarah.
which usually
See, I'm nice
starts
to
with
you.
photography.
Lovely to
We'll
you.
lay down any evidence markers that we need to at that point in time and rephotograph the
We might
scene
have a
again.
love-hate relationship
We'll
here,
take
Sarah.
video
I love
footage
you. You
depending
hate
on the
me.
type of scene that we have. Usually for a homicide, we would take video footage. And then we'll conduct a secondary search of the scene to ensure that no evidence has been missed a second time. And then we would collect the evidence from that point, and then usually it's transported back to a lab for further processing.
Okay, so that's generally. Specifically, what did you do with regard to this investigation that was at Yellow River Park in July of 2021?
So upon arrival at the scene, like I said, I had the officers do a walkthrough, so they showed me the evidence that they found. I did obtain photographs of this scene. Um, Searching additionally was conducted after the scene walkthrough. So in this case, the victim was adjacent to a large field, and then there was a wooded area surrounding that field. So we had a class of officers in training, an entire class, come out to help with the search. To do a line search, to walk along a specific path in order to search the ground and make sure that no evidence was missed in the large field that was adjacent to where she was located. And then in the wooded area that led from her location towards the parking lot. We also called out a canine unit to come and search as well. And then upon the searches being completed and the photographs being completed, the evidence was collected, which the evidence in this case was 2 fired cartridge casings, which I collected and took to the crime scene truck where we have a processing area. The fired cartridge casings were swabbed for DNA, and then they were processed for fingerprints using black fingerprint powder. They were then
Oh,
transferred
missed
into the
that.
custody of another specialist in order for ballistics.
I'm sorry, guys. I missed that. I didn't see what she said about how many cartridges there were. My bad. I was zoning out there for a second. Let's see how many cartridges she
Were
said.
taken of the blood that was left.
Right, should be
The
there.
searches being completed and the photographs being completed, the evidence was collected.
Yes, who's back?
Which the evidence in this
Back
case
again.
was 2
Gilf is
fired
back.
cartridge casings,
Tell a friend.
which I collected
The
and
two
took
Gilfs.
to the crime scene truck where we have a processing area. The fired cartridge casings were swabbed for DNA, and then
Casings. So there's more than one. Okay. Welcome back, Gilf. I just put a tweet out that you are my special guest on Thursday. And Sarah P. and Lady Law, resident Gilfs. Let's go. Heidi, the other Gilf, is not here. So,
they were
welcome back,
processed for
Lady Law.
fingerprints using black fingerprint powder. They were then transferred into the custody of another specialist in order for ballistics testing to be performed on them back at the lab. Video documentation was collected from the scene. A rough sketch was drawn of the scene itself. And then once the medical examiner staff arrived in order to move the body of the victim, additional photographs were taken.
So I think I'm going to start it at 8, 9, 10. About 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5 o'clock Central your time. Obviously, I know you won't be there at that time. And I'll probably do a couple of hours. So 5 till say 7 o'clock your time, Lady Law. Central time. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. So that's about 11 till 1 my time.
And then swabs were taken of the blood that was left on the area after the victim was removed.
Do you recall which crime scene analyst the shell casings were turned over to?
Yes,
Whom?
that's crime scene specialist Kia Jimenez.
Now, did you conduct any of the ballistics testing or analysis of the 2 shell casings that were fired?
I performed the DNA swabs of the casings and the fingerprinting of the casings before they got turned over to Specialist Jimenez, but I did not do the ballistics testing myself.
Did you get any results from the fingerprint testing or swabs of the shell
Happy
casings.
days. 10-4.
The DNA swabs are not tested within Gwinnett County Police Department. If they were going to be tested, then a detective would send them off to the GBI for testing. I don't know the results of those tests. The fingerprinting did not yield any results.
And when you say they, I guess, didn't yield any results, did you find any fingerprints on the shell casing?
I did not.
Yeah, how many shots actually hit
Show
her?
you what's marked as States Exhibits 8 through 19. It's a series of photographs starting with States Exhibit number 8. Could you describe what they are?
Yes. States Exhibit number 8 is a photograph depicting one of the fired cartridge casings that contains an evidence marker, which I placed, which is evidence marker number 1. States Exhibit number 9 is an up-close picture of States Exhibit number 8, which contains one of the fired cartridge casings that's marked with evidence marker number 1. States Exhibit number 10 is the other of the 2 fired cartridge casings, which is marked with evidence marker number 2. States Exhibit 11 is a photograph of the body of the victim standing from the angle of her right foot. It shows her entire body and also the ground surrounding that area. States Exhibit 12 is another angle of the victim's body, which is kind of standing.
That's what we find out.
At
Gotta
the
find
end
out.
of both of her feet, looking upwards towards her head. States
And
Exhibit 13
how many
is a
holes in
photograph
her?
showing the
That's not
victim's
the right
right
word.
hand.
How many?
It also depicts her hair and some biological fluids on the ground near her head.
So were we all toxic? Banshee, whoever. Banshee, sorry.
States Exhibit 14 still shows
We
the
would
victim's
like
right
to know.
hand, but it also shows a image of more of her hair, the blood on the ground near her head, and then more of her head in that picture. States Exhibit 15 is more of an up-close 90-degree shot of the upper torso and head of the victim, and it also depicts a portion of her hair as well. States Exhibit 16 is a picture of the ground that was beneath the victim after the medical examiner personnel had moved her. It also shows the blood that was left on the ground after she had been moved. States Exhibit 17 is a wider shot of the crime scene prior to the victim being moved. The evidence markers have been placed to show the location of the fired cartridge casings at this point in time. And the picture also shows the screens that we use for privacy purposes. States Exhibit 18 shows the overall crime scene prior to the evidence markers being laid. You can still note the location of the fired cartridge casings by small pieces of paper that were placed prior to my arrival. It also contains the body of the victim as well. States Exhibit 19 is another image that shows the overall layout of the scene, including evidence markers marking the fired cartridge casings. And this is from the point of view of beyond the victim's feet.
Are each one of those a true and accurate depiction of what you described?
Yes, they are.
Do any of them appear to have been altered in any way?
No, they do not.
Your Honor, the state would tender States Exhibits 8 through 19. No objection, Judge.
Beyond her feet.
States 8 through 19 are then admitted without objection.
I'm going to.
Okay.
So you can point out for the jury as I publish these. There will be no audio with these, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So you might be able to see here now the casings. Let me just move myself in case.
Start with States Exhibit number 8. State's Exhibit number
Trig-
8.
Trigger warning.
I realize you described it, but can you just point out for the jury what is significant and what is State's Exhibit number 8 contains?
You're gonna have to keep your voice up if you step away from the microphone, and that's fine.
Let me see if I can do it. Okay, so this right here would be the fired cartridge casing that evidence marker number 1 is labeling. This white piece of paper was laid prior to my arrival by first responding officers just for ease of locating this item, but I placed the evidence marker in order to mark it for the photographs.
Yeah. Hopefully they don't show anything now, but
State's Exhibit 9.
trigger warning.
This is a closer up picture of the previous image, which shows you more clearly the fired cartridge casing that evidence marker number 1 is labeling.
Now as far as you know, is this shell casing where it was found and as it was found?
As far as I know, yes, it has not been moved.
Is it, I guess, is it sitting on top of, can I ask this question? Does it look like it's been stepped on?
No, it appears to be sitting on the surface of the ground.
So if it had been stepped on or some pressure were applied to it, what could have happened to it?
You would notice that specifically the hollow portion right here would maybe be filled with dirt or would be sunken into the ground further.
Okay. But I still don't know how. Well, that's
This
actually
is
by the
State's
feet.
Exhibit 10.
Oh, actually, I
This
don't know.
is the second of the 2 fired cartridge casings, which I have labeled with evidence marker number 2. It also had a piece of white notebook paper prior to my arrival.
And does the shell casing in State's Exhibit number 10
No.
appear to have been stepped on?
No, it does not.
And how can you tell that?
The hollow portion right here does not appear to have any dirt in it. It appears to be sitting on the surface of the ground.
It's by her feet. One of them was by her feet. Somewhere. How far from the feet, I don't know. And the other one, I don't know.
This is State's Exhibit 11.
So this image is depicting the body of the
Yes.
victim, as I described before, kind of off from her right foot. It shows her in the position that she was in when I arrived on scene. To my knowledge, she hasn't been manipulated or moved at all at this point in time.
Okay, they won't show where. But it's to the right foot, she said. So.
State's Exhibit 12.
This is more of an overall shot of the body of the victim where you can see more on top of her body standing near her.
Okay, so they won't show it now, which is fine.
State's Exhibit 13.
This image is depicting the right hand of the victim. It's also showing the hair of the victim in this direction, and it also shows blood that's present beneath her head.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 15.
It is showing more of a 90-degree shot of the victim from torso to the top of her head. It does show
Archie, I
the
think you're way behind
blood
again.
from her nose and from her
They're not
eyes,
showing the photos, man.
top portion of her head and off to the side.
Ford
You would
took the
also
weapon.
see, what appears to be a bone unit in her as well.
Oh, okay.
State's Exhibit 16.
This is the ground. You can see the right hand of the victim here, but this is after medical examiner staff has moved her, and this is the ground beneath where she was laying at the time. This area here is where the approximate location of her head, so it's showing the blood that was left behind after she had been moved.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 17.
This is more of an overall shot of the scene prior to her being moved. As you can see, the evidence markers are here labeling those fired cartridge casings that we saw in the previous images. And then these are just the privacy screens that we used in order to shield it from the eye of the public.
Yeah.
Because about what time of the day was it at this point?
I don't know the exact time of this photograph, but it was probably close to 8 in the morning.
So had the sun come up,
Yes.
and were there, I guess, people coming into the park to do park activities?
Yes.
Thanks, Arian.
State's Exhibit 28.
I'm
Similar.
sorry, we don't have a 28 yet.
I'm sorry, 18. 28 was my own designation.
This is a similar photograph, but prior to the evidence markers that I laid being placed, you can still see the white notebook paper indicating the approximate location of the fired cartridge casings, but this is just a different label showing the body of the victim.
And does it show the condition of the ground where in the area where she was found?
Yes, it appears as though the ground is kind of damp. Maybe it had rained the night before, and it's not very grassy here. You can see there's a large tree, so there's not a lot of grass right in this area, and the ground is very compact.
Were there a lot of footprints present?
There were not.
And now, as this photograph was taken after officers had been on the scene, marked shell casings, and erected small barricades, were even officers' footprints, were those present?
No, and at this point in time, I had also walked through the scene, and my own footprints were also not present.
Okay. That's their angle.
And State's Exhibit 19.
Similar picture here showing the body of the victim from her feet area, but you can see the evidence markers that have been placed for the fired cartridge.
And again, are there any footprints in this photograph?
There are not.
Thank you. You also mentioned scene videos.
Yes.
Did you take videos of this crime scene?
Yes, I did.
They show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 20. You recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a USB containing the video footage that I obtained from the crime scene.
How many videos are contained on that thumb drive?
I believe there's 5.
And did you watch each and every one of them?
Yes.
And is each and every one of them a true and accurate depiction of the video you took on the scene
Sense.
in Yellow River Park on July 28th, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 20 as the thumb drive, and Exhibits 20A through E being the 5 videos that CSI Hamill recorded on the day of on the crime scene.
Aren't you way?
Right,
I was
State's
like,
20 is admitted.
Banshee's way behind you because I've moved myself. I don't understand what he's on about. I literally, Banshee must be like fucking 20 minutes behind. Oh, don't swear. Hey, Sarah, how proud are you? I don't even think I swore in the last video.
Are the videos narrated, or are they simply just that videos?
There's no audio on the videos.
I'm going to publish at this time, and I will start with Exhibit 20A.
I said it. Yeah, I know, I know. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Said this him 100%. Did he
So if
find
you
out
could just
he had the
tell
weapon? She
the
picked him up. She
jury
had the
what we're looking
depression.
So
Yeah.
this is a little bit further away from the actual scene, kind of showing
Okay.
how the scene appears as we walk towards the scene. You can tell that we're outside of the main barrier of
Oh
crime
shit!
scene
Oh,
tape at this point.
sugar, sugar, sugar. Trigger warning.
And at the beginning of the video, and I'm pausing it at the 2-second mark. Are you able to see kind of how large the area of the park is around where Tori was found?
Yes, so this would be this area here, and extending off in that direction would be the grassy field that I referred to early on. And then the immediate area where she was located is kind of contained right here in this crime scene tape. There's also, you can see wooded areas along this way. And this direction would be towards the parking lot area.
And was this the area that was searched by the line of police recruits that you mentioned?
Yes, it was.
And again, was anything found as a result of those searches?
No.
Now publishing Exhibit 20B.
To be or not to be? That is the question. I got lots of questions about this
Again, if
trial
you could just
already.
describe for the jury what we're looking at.
So this is walking up towards the scene as it was found. You can tell that I've laid the evidence markers down to mark the fired cartridge casings at this point. It shows the distance between the body of the victim and the evidence markers labeling the fired cartridge casings.
Interesting, interesting.
I'm going to pause it here at about 4 seconds. Whoa. Where it's clear. You mentioned it shows the distance between the body and the cartridge casings.
Correct.
Did you measure that distance?
I didn't personally measure the.
Ah, you bugger. Right. Oh, you bugger, you. I'll go back a second. Because you can see here, before this lump was in the way. Come on, don't do this to me now. I've been good to you all day. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. You mother.
What happens to, or what can happen to a shell casing after it is ejected from?
You said ejected. Right. I'm trying to find this. Oh, come on. I'm trying to be clever, but now I've been too clever. Hang on, let me find it. Right, I got it. Right. Let's see if you can see this. So let me just take this one up there. So you see the two markers. So that's the body. One marker, two marker. I presume those are the casings. So one's just off the right foot, as they said, and then there's another one here, I believe.
Body and the cartridge casings.
Correct.
Did you measure that distance?
I didn't personally measure the distance. We had another.
See, let's try and be clever.
Specialist measure the distance between the casings.
How familiar are you with the operation of semi-automatic firearms and the ejection of cartridge casings?
I have a basic understanding of how semi-automatic firearms work.
Don't know
Does
what
a
that means, man.
semi-automatic firearm eject a cartridge casing when it's fired?
It does.
What happens to, or what can happen to a shell casing after it is ejected from a semi-automatic firearm?
Shell casings can be typically with a right-handed firearm. Shell casings will be ejected out the right side of the gun. They can go any number of direction, any number of ways, depending on the type of gun, the mechanisms of the individual shooter. There's really no consistency as to where they will go or how they will land. They can bounce or roll or do any number of things depending on the weather, the shooter, any number of factors that vary person to person.
Is that why you personally did not measure the distance between, or where the distance is related to the shell casings?
In my training and experience, the distance between the shell casings and any other items of evidence isn't something that we typically would measure because we don't consider it pertinent information to have regarding a crime scene. But I didn't personally measure these because I knew that digital imaging would be taken, which could later provide the measurements if needed.
Why wouldn't you, though?
I'm going to publish video exhibit 20C.
It'd be far easier if you just measure it. Because there's only like a couple of things to measure.
So this is showing an up close shot of the fire cartridge casing labeled with evidence marker number 1. And then we're moving on to the fired cartridge casing labeled with evidence marker number 2.
State's exhibit 20D.
And this is showing just video documentation of the body of the victim prior to her being moved or manipulated in any way. And this is showing the defect in the side of her head.
And when you say defect, what do you mean?
Typically, we use the word defect to describe a hole that's made from as a result from a gunshot wound.
And is that what it appeared to be to you?
Yes.
State's exhibit 20E.
This is showing the body of the victim from the other side of her, also showing the other side of her head as well.
I'm going to show you marked as State's exhibit 21. Do you recognize State's exhibit 21?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's exhibit 21?
These are the fired cartridge casings that I collected from the crime scene.
And how do you know that these are the fire cartridge casings that you collected from this crime scene?
They contain the original packaging, which I taped and initialed, each individually and also both together.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them and packaged them?
Other than the fact that they've been removed from their packaging, yes.
Your Honor, state would tender State's Exhibit 21.
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
All right, 21 is admitted without objection.
That's all the questions I have for Investigator Hamill at this time.
And if you'll put any admitted exhibits at the front so that both sides can access them. Right, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Hamill, the prosecutor called the investigator. How should I approach the investigator? Ms. Hamill?
Either is fine.
Okay. Is that your title, investigator?
Specialist investigator.
Okay, fantastic. Let me start here. You testified that you didn't leave any discernible footprints on the ground when you walked around the scene. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so when I hear you say that, I think that the ground was hard. Is that a fair characterization? The ground was hard such that you couldn't leave any footprints?
It seemed to be fairly compact, yes.
Okay, and is it fair to say that fired cartridge casings can bounce on a hard ground? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And is that why you indicate that the distance of the shell casings is not pertinent? Is that why you said that?
That can be a portion of the reason, but it's not the reason in its entirety.
Okay, give me the reason in its entirety, why the distance of the shell casings is not pertinent.
The amount of variables that can come into play when measuring the location of a shell casing is too high to scientifically replicate and create a constant for. They could be moved because of the ground, the wind, if it had been rained on, the physics of the shooter, him or herself, whoever it may be, how strong they're holding the firearm can affect the direction of the casings. So there's just too many variables to create a scientific constant in order to have that be something that we can rely on as scientific evidence.
And when you say that, in my mind, even if you can try to replicate it, one firearm, 6 of the same type of shell casings, a dummy hand firing it, the shell casings are going to go all over. They're never going to land in the same spot. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so where the shell casings land does not give you any indication of where the gun was when the fired cartridge casings were ejected from the gun. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, and that's why you say we don't need to be taking all these measurements because it's not pertinent. We really just don't know where the gun was when these rounds were ejected. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. The 2 fired cartridge casings were recovered. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And they appear to be the same brand. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put black powder on each of the separate fired cartridge casings in order to try to get fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in doing that, you were unable to pull any fingerprints of value. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
We have the pictures of sort of where the rounds are. The round that's closest to the body is about how far away from the body?
If I can refer.
Sure.
Okay, so this is interesting.
The
I'm not
round
sure
that was
the
closer
angle.
to the body was marked with evidence marker number 2, and it was approximately 9 feet away from the head of the victim.
9 feet away
Okay.
from the head. And the other round, mark number 1,
Yeah, that was approximately 14 feet away from the head of the victim.
14
Okay.
feet. And do we know how far number 1 and number 2 were from each other?
I don't personally have that measurement. I believe another specialist would have that.
All right, that's fine. The 2 shell casings that were recovered, the brand, do you have that in your report?
I do.
What's the brand?
The shell casings that were recovered from the scene were Aguila brand.
Spell that for me.
Yes, Aguila.
And they were 9mm rounds?
That's correct.
I like this lawyer, attorney.
I don't know if I should suggest that they're bullets or shell casings, but they appear to be ammunition. That appears to be ammunition in State's Exhibit number 5. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Are those rounds labeled the same thing? Do they appear to be the same brand?
As each other or as the
Yeah,
casings?
as each other.
There are 2 different types of brands in this picture.
What are the 2 different types?
The first one is RP Luger 9mm. The second brand is Aguila 9mm.
How many of the first type are there? Well, first of all, how many rounds are there?
There are 10 rounds.
10 rounds. How many of the first type of rounds?
There are 6 of the first type.
So I assume then that
Tired?
4 are the Aguila 9mm, is that right?
That's correct.
And that appears, those 4 rounds appear to be the same type of rounds as the shell casings that you recovered, is that right?
They do.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Correct.
How can you identify, I guess, the brand of a shell casing or live round?
The head stamp, which is the flat portion at the back of the ammo or of the casing, will have a brand and typically also a number, which will indicate the millimeter or the caliber of ammunition.
Is this common amongst the manufacturers of ammunition?
Yes.
Do you know anything about the Aguila brand of ammunition?
I don't.
Is it fair to say that these were not the only Aguila rounds in existence?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that they probably meant that there were probably a large number of them manufactured?
Yes.
Response.
I'll withdraw the question.
The jury will disregard that question.
I hate that because now
How
they've
many-
heard it. They've heard it. Right. Did she have to? This is not the witness to ask. I think another expert will answer that. Yeah, it's fine, Erin. It's fine. We're not quite there, Banch. I mean, I think there's another expert probably today talking about GSR and stuff. He got a hold. Ground went to hug her. She grabbed it off the ground and hurt herself. That's his story. I don't remember the GSR. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, it's all coming in. It's all coming in, guys. So don't worry. It's all coming in at some point or another. But GSR and stuff like that. So we just see if she does have GSR in her hands. But the bullets were 14 feet from the head and 9 feet from the head. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know enough about guns. Hi again. Okay, Erin, no worries, Erin. Taco, 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 taco. Drive safely, Erin. Hi again, lovelies. I'm finally able to chat for 5 minutes. No worries, Wendy. It's all good. It's nice to see you, and always nice when you're in chat. Um, drive safe, Erin. Yes, Erin, my love. Hi, Wendy. Toxic. Welcome back, Wendy. Screenful, my love. Happy days. Right, let's go and see what's happening here now then. But welcome, Wendy.
I guess how many different brands of ammunition have you seen in your career as a crime scene investigator?
More than I could probably number.
Do you often
Oh.
see, I guess, the same brands or multiple brands? Let me think. Hold on, I'll try that question. Have you seen the same brand? in more
Wendy,
than
my
one
love.
Yes.
We love Erin so much,
No further
Joe.
questions.
Yes. Go, my
Any
taco.
Cross-examination. All right, you can step down. Just take your personal belongings, please. I'll ask Bailiff Wooten to move the exhibits to the front of the bench.
Okay, let's catch up here then, because, right, I'm sure we haven't gone too far ahead. I need to take it off the screen. Present. Oh, hang on. They're on a break. No, I'll just take it to there. Present, share screen. Share. Deborah, Fluker. Right, who's this?
10 minutes or less recess as soon as the jury is ready. So if council needs a restroom break, take it now. Mr. Ford is with the deputies.
Oh, okay, so just a break. Oh, you just had a bloody break. Then stop screen. Why do I always have to do StreamYard? Share screen. Watch live. Share. So you come at the right time, Wendy. Just a break time. So don't forget, I do my advertising, do my grift. Don't forget this Thursday, members only stream. It'll be done around 6 p.m. Eastern because of this trial. And we got the GILF, number one GILF, Lady Law, coming in after she's finished work. If everything goes well. So that's Thursday. And then we got our new show starting on a new series, I should say, started on Sunday, all about football, NFL and college football, and sport in general. Um, you know, so it is what it is. But it's gonna be a new show. Hopefully, everyone can make it. If you can't, don't worry. That happened today. Boo breaks. Joe, love you too, Wendy. And Elle is so hot. Lady Law is so hot. She is very hot. Hot stuff, we say. That's why she's the gilf. You know, you wouldn't say no to the Lady Law. You wouldn't say no to the Lady Law. What's her name? The Lounge. The Lounge with something. The Law Lounge with Lady Law. That's it. The Law Lounge with Lady Law. And if you have not met Lady Law, then where are you living, guys? I don't know. So yeah, so that's Thursday, and so that's going to be happening every Thursday, members only, and then every Sunday, and then NFL football, for people like Dave. Oh, we just like bed grifting. Hey, what are we doing bed grifting for? Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate you for that. Just hear my name, Lady Law. Wendy said that LL is so hot. And I was like, absolutely. Number one girl. Hot as I can't swear. So if you haven't seen Lady Law, then come on Thursday, and I'm sure you'll come. So Lady Law, love, Bean. Yeah, I thought so. Bed, Bean. Yeah, I was on Baker Stream last night, Wendy, and went well. I'm trying to put myself out of there a little bit, but we got lots of good stuff coming up. Um, I'm trying to get good exposure ready for Solomon on the 18th. So that's sweet. Yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Of course they are. Can't wait for us to do a topless one. Me and Lady Law are going to be doing a topless one at some point. Then they'll all be coming. They'll be coming round the mountain when they come. They'll be coming round the mountain when they come. They'll be coming round the mountain, coming round the mountain, coming round the mountain when they come. Hee-haw. Awesome, man. Yeah, it's nice. It was nice to have a different, channel to be on. It's just finding time to do everything. Do you know what I mean? So I'm trying to do more videos now. I don't know the expert. I agree with you. Thank you, Annie. I don't know who the expert is. I think I've heard of him. I think C Swept mentioned the expert, I think, but I've not seen him or don't know who he is. Oh, actually, I lie. I did see he's got glasses, isn't he? Sunglasses. But yeah, I don't know him. Thanks, yeah, but thank you for grifting, Wendy, as always. And Sarah P, thanks for grifting, Wendy. It's always appreciated. We in our first lot, we had about 20 people in this morning. But unfortunately, we've only got about 5 or 6 this afternoon watching, which is a shame. Um, but we did well this morning. I think having an average of about 20 people on stream was really good. Just unfortunate that they didn't come back, or some can't work and stuff like that as well. So, but today's been good. So, and that attorney, the defense attorney, is the woman is hot stuff, baby, this evening. Want a hot stuff, baby, tonight. Want a hot stuff, baby, this evening. Da 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 da. Hot stuff. So yes, better put my thingies back on. She is hot, isn't she? She is hot. Oh, don't put that in front of us. You can always appreciate hot women. Do you know what I mean? I'm not hot men. Do you know what I mean? Like he's very. I would say he'd be a ladies' man, the defendant. I'm sure a lot of the younger ladies, well, not even younger, I'm sure most ladies can appreciate that he's a good-looking guy. I'm
All
not
right,
sure
swear
about
in
the
your
judge.
witness, please.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this
Oh,
matter
shit.
now pending before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the, put your hand down now. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Brittany Barrington. I am a crime scene supervisor with the Gwinnett County Police Department's Crime Scene Investigations Unit.
What education training do you have that allows you to do that job?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in social and criminal justice. I have a master's in education. I am also post certified as a crime scene investigator with the state of Georgia. I also have various certificates through the forensic community as well.
That,
Did you participate?
right, hang on. He's a handsome guy, in my opinion, but not. He's a handsome guy, in my opinion, not hot, but like, yeah, good looking, yes. No worries, Wendy. That's fine. Is that a B, a new cam? So the new cam is not a B, young. It is two balls, and what's that between two balls? Well, it's my gavel, but pretending to be a, you know what? I can't swear, so you know what. Um, stand now is right. Okay, I need to put that up now. Jeez, you see, I do everything. I'm just amazing in everything I do. Um, okay,
Participated in the
welcoming people.
investigation
Sure,
of
yeah.
a homicide or death in Yellow River Park
That's
on
fine,
July
Wendy. Thank you for
28th of
popping in.
2021.
Yes.
What was your role in that investigation?
As a supervisor,
Ellie,
I am
Ellie,
at the scene to make sure
Mike,
everything is flowing okay, everything
you
is getting
know,
done how it needs to get done.
so it's a C-O-C-K, yes, but you mean C-A-C-K? I don't know what you mean. But yeah, if it's a C-O-C-K, yes, that's what it is.
We have
Hey,
a lead crime scene specialist
baby.
that is their scene that they work. I am responsible for what actions they are doing and also a go between us and detectives.
Um, what's a pharaoh?
So a Pharaoh is a computer program that does a live 3D scan of any type of environment that we need to document what's going on at the scene. So it is a scanner that scans wherever we are, indoors, outdoors, and it's for investigative purposes. It helps us with documentation, capturing what maybe photography wouldn't capture, just an overall sense of how the scene is in like a real version, like real you're there street version.
Can you spell that for us?
It's just FARO.
Thank you.
And are you trained and certified in how to use the pharaoh?
Yes, I was certified, trained and certified in February of 2020.
And did you utilize it in Yellow River Park in July of 2021?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to generate measurements at the request of the DA's office
Yes, I was.
to show you what's marked as States Exhibits 22 and 23? What are States Exhibits 22 and 23?
22 and 23 are still photos of the Faro scan of a particular scan that has measurements from two particular points to one singular point. It's a point to point.
And are those true and accurate stills of the ones that you generated?
Yes.
Has anything been added to them, taken away from them?
No.
Your Honor, State would tender States Exhibits 22 and 23, which are still photographs of Faro scans.
All right, 22 and 23 are admitted without objection.
Offhand, do you know what's Faro mean? Is it an acronym?
It's just the business name.
1 second, so I can publish these to the jury.
Okay, I'm doing Shelly's job for her now. See, this is how good I am. Discord.
Publishing States Exhibit 22. Can you describe what we're looking at in States Exhibit 22?
Done.
Yes. So what you're viewing is
No, she
one
hasn't.
of the scans that was completed on scene. So in order to
Hell yeah.
accurately depict what the
On
scene looks like
Discord?
using Faro, there's different scan points that you need to get like a 360 view, make sure that everything is captured that's needed. This is one of those scan locations. And what you're looking at is evidence marker 1 and evidence marker 2 and the decedent. And you're looking also at the measurements, the point to point from evidence marker 1 to the center of the decedent's forehead, and evidence marker 2 also at the same point of the center of the forehead.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Nomination.
Okay. Oh, I put it in my channel. Okay, fair. Thank you, Shelley. I didn't even know there was a page.
Let me ask this first question. When was that request made by the district attorney's office for you to use the Faro system?
The specific to get the measurements part, or that was about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. And what's after the measurements part?
What do you mean?
You indicated to get the measurements part. Is there a different process with Faro after the measurements part?
No.
Okay, so 2 weeks ago, a request was made for you to get the distance between where the blood pool is, where the decedent's head is, and where the rounds are. Is that right?
The only request that I was given was for the 2 casings to the head.
2 casings to the head. You weren't given the.
It's fine. I apologize.
Request for the distance.
You see, I can apologize to people. I apologize to Young. I did not know there was even a trial thing for it, so I apologize. But I have just done it in the alternate corner one as well, because I did not want to row off you. But thank you. By the way, you're the one streaming this case as far. Nope, there's loads. There's loads bunch. There's me, there's Nick, and there's other people that I'm not going to name. Also streaming it. I know of at least 4 people streaming this trial that I've got actually quite good numbers today, but we're doing all right.
Of the casings from one another. Is that right?
That's right.
And how often do you use the Faro system in a homicide case?
For Faro, we use it for every homicide case.
Every homicide case. Does that mean that you produce those type of photos with the measurements for every case, or is that something that information is taken but is not produced unless specifically requested?
That's correct. We actually have a system that is accessible that you can do an actual live version of what measurements you specifically want. We provide that to whoever wants that so they can create their own measurements. But if they specifically request certain measurements, then we can go and do those measurements, do a print screen, and print it out for whoever's requesting it.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Ms. Barrington, thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. You
Okay.
may step down.
Thank you.
I did not. I need to do it. Oh, you see, I don't even know where my phone is.
Call your next witness, please.
Yeah, that's fine. You call it a B. Everyone has to call it the other bit. I need to share this. See, this is where I'm terrible at. I don't think Twitter makes any difference, to be quite honest with you. But I will do as I'm told. Look, Judge, stop bloody breathing. It's a bloody nightmare.
Good afternoon. If you'll watch your step coming up And if you will be seated comfortably in the chair and position yourself directly in
Right.
front of the microphone for me.
I've
please.
got to do so
Thank
many
you.
things here. Right, I've just tweeted on Twitter. Fine. No, it is those two things. Or I could do an accent so more people could yell at me today. Oh, honestly, I've had been yelled at all day, Baker. Hey, I'm not sure if you are streaming now, Baker. I went into your 2 streams, give you a like. But if you, I did, Sarah, Iris, you were here this morning. I did post you this morning because people asked me who Baker was, so I posted this morning a link. I'll share it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate. Yeah, I don't know, Baker, what your streaming is about, or if you want to jump on or not. Let me know because I know you're streaming other stuff as well. Oh yeah, well I don't do that. Guys, this is where I'm not good. Should I do like an alternate corner one so we can share it? I'll share. Thank you. Yeah, please also go on Discord to the Toxic, the Gavel Drops, amazing stuff. Baker, if you're not in there, you need to go in there. Loads of cases in there for you, my friends. Hey Baker. So right, Baker is coming. As I said last night, I went on Baker's channel. Baker will be coming on the channel when he's less busy and we find time to do it. Definitely. Um, so don't worry, he'll be here. People ask if you're a baker, if you could have bake anything and stuff. But hopefully you did get some subscribers from this morning. Everyone I think today now is a subscriber of yours anyway. But I really enjoyed last night, Baker. Can't wait to do it again. Happy to come on whenever. Just had a guy call me Randolph Case. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some horrible people around. Don't let it get to you. Do you know what I mean? I know the score with it. It's not easy. Um, but yeah, I'll play this. If you
Raise
do
your right
want to jump
hand.
on, I'm
Do you
obviously
swear or
more than
affirm
happy
the
to have you
testimony you're
on.
about to give in this?
But if you can't jump on now, Baker, we'll get you on anyway, at another point anyway. Um, yeah, I've got a proposition for you as well. Means that you might need to bake something though. That's the only thing.
This matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Kia Jimenez, and I'm a crime scene investigator with
Right,
Gwinnett
shut
County
the front
Police.
door. Shut the front door. Shut the front. How do I spell that? Kiana, what? Someone's shit. And someone tell me how that's spelled. On. Understand now. Is state witness. Jimenez. Yeah, is that her first name? Jimenez. What's her first name? What's her second name? Yeah, oh, fine. You can do the morning bit. That's fine. Happy days. I'll send you a link, Baker. Yeah, and do you know what? I could do afterwards if you want as well on yours. Jimenez. She did, but was that her first or second name? Crime scene. She's a crime scene investigator. Oh, do you know what? I'm just going for CSI. Yeah, thank you very much, Iris. Thank you very much. Yeah. Kiana. Hello, Kiana, then. Okay, Kiana Jimenez, CSI. Okay, I'll just put it like that. I'll pin it up. Right, here we go.
Police Department.
And what training and education do you have that allows you to do this job?
I have a bachelor's of arts and a bachelor's of science from the University of Georgia. I also have completed a 5-month on the job field training program that allows me to do all of the specifics related to crime scene. In addition to that, I do hold post certification
Yes.
through the state of Georgia, non-sworn, as a crime scene technician.
Do you have special training or knowledge as it relates to firearms?
I do. In addition to the
state mandated post-training. We are given opportunities to train in other specializations. And I have taken shooting reconstruction courses. I apologize. Along with advanced shooting reconstruction, I am also trained through the ATF, the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, to do triage and analysis of casings to do presumptive matches between casings that are fired from firearms.
Have you ever been admitted as an expert in the state of Georgia as it relates to firearms and or the triage of shell casing or identification of shell casings?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
At least twice.
Your Honor, the state would tender CSI Jimenez as an expert in firearms and the identification of shell casings.
Yeah, get her on.
Yes, all right, members of the jury, sometimes when objections are made, the nature of it requires me to consider it outside your presence. So I'll ask you to leave your notepads and pens in your chair and please step out with the bailiff.
Wow. Hey, Baker, if you're still there, I have sent you the link. Toxic, I'm there.
Yes, let me have the witness step off the witness stand, please. If you'll just wait outside.
Shelley be back on. Right, I'm going for my Magnum now. White Magnum. Chocolate.
All right, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, I will hear from you on the state's motion to have her tendered as an expert in, repeat that for me again? Firearms and shell casing identification? Well, tell me now specifically how you're seeking to tender her.
Shell casing, triage, and identification.
Nothing with firearms.
Well, firearms and I thought you were asking me to clear up the last part. Firearms and shell casing, triage, and identification.
Okay, I'm not sure what that means.
I'm not sure what it means either, Judge. So that's what I mean. Listen, is she being presented as an expert to say shell casings come out of semi-automatic weapons? I don't have any objection to that. Is she going to identify that these shell casings were fired? I don't have any objection to that because there's a firing pin mark on the faceplate, the whatever it's called, I forget, the head stamp. So I'm not quite sure what she's going to testify to, but I couch it in this terms. 2 witnesses ago, the person with the master's degree said the distance itself of shell casings is not pertinent.
Okay. Do you want to
So that-
proffer her outside the presence of the jury? First of all, I don't know what it means to be an expert in shell casing, triage, and
Go and subscribe
identification.
to Baker.
So
Broken
I'm going to
Baker.
need,
I can clear that up.
okay, through the witness. So let's bring the witness back in. Let me have Mr. Norris Lewis for the state clarify for the court more clearly how he seeks to tender the witness as an expert, and I'll let you, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, cross-examine her outside the presence of the jury, and then hopefully I will be prepared to rule.
That's fine.
Yeah, you can. Just click the link, Shelley.
All right, and before we resume the question, Christine, can you back up for me to the beginning? And let me just review.
The beginning of the question, yeah.
About her background. Let me go back to that. Okay, keep going.
As the gavel drops. It's at the gavel drops, Shelley.
She remains under oath. Let me have you clarify for the court, please, through questioning of how you seek to tender her as an expert, Mr. Norris Lewis.
You mentioned a firearms a course that you took in shell casing triage and identification given by ATF. What did they teach you in that class?
So it was 3 separate courses. The primary course was a triage course, which basically teaches you to identify class characteristics or overall characteristics of a head stamp of a casing so that you can group them into groups that can then be examined by someone who is higher trained to determine whether or not those are likely to have been fired from the same weapon. After that, there's an acquisitions course, which is the process of entering those casings onto the NIBIN or the IBIS system. After that, there's a correlations course. That course is what I'm trained in all the others, but that one is the one that actually gives me the ability to compare casings. So that course, you are basically taught to take casings and they are run through the NIBIN system. You receive a, top however many options of casings that could be potential matches based on those class characteristics that were done way before. But then we actually have to, as correlators, go in and compare the individual striations that are left onto the head stamp by the firearm when the actual casing is ejected from the gun. And we're comparing those and saying, like, are these actually going to be leads? Are they going to be related? Now, after that, they get sent to a firearm examiner for confirmation, but we are not, that's done by the GBI. The ATF gives us the ability to make those leads without any oversight because of the training we've had.
So based on your training and your knowledge, are you able to compare 2 rounds that have been fired from a weapon and make at least a preliminary determination on whether or not they were fired from the same weapon?
Yes. A confirmation does have to occur after, but the preliminary I can do.
And are there characteristics that you observe on those fired shell casings that determine whether or not you make that determination that you're able to make?
Yes, there are characteristics on the actual shell casing that allow you to make that comparison.
And also, so I can be complete with this, are you familiar with semi-automatic handguns?
Yes.
How have you come to be familiar with semi-automatic handguns?
When we began our, firearms or our NIBIN unit, I was tasked with being the original person to assist in creating the system of test firing weapons and then entering those into an older system that we have. But through that, I was, consistently, weekly getting firearms from our evidence unit, having to take them to our firing range to be test fired,
Again,
taking those casings and then entering them into our system. So, I handled, in my career, several hundreds, if not thousands of firearms.
Are you familiar with the 6-hour P365?
Yes, I actually had a case earlier this year with a P365.
Have you had occasion to test fire a 6-hour P365?
I believe so. I don't have the exact numbers, but actually, yes, that firearm was test fired in January this year.
Do you have any idea how many times it was test fired by you?
I do not. We typically do 2 test fires, but I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I can't say exactly.
Are you familiar with the type of fire, the type of mark the firing pin from a 6-hour P365 typically leaves on a shell casing?
Typically, yes.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination by
I need a name for the members only streams on Thursdays, and I need a name for the Sunday football NFL stream as well. So if anyone's got any ideas, let me know.
Lawrence Lewis.
what she's gonna say is the same firearm fired both shell casings, I'll stipulate to that. But I think it's a little bit more than that as I sat and listened, and I think that she may be testifying as an expert as to this specific weapon being the likely weapon that fired both of the shell casings. As it relates to the same firearm firing both shell casings, I'll stipulate to that. But it seems like she has some more, and I don't know that she needs to qualify as an expert to triage, but I don't have any objection, Judge.
So let me make sure I understand your argument. So are you withdrawing your objection to her being tendered as an expert as presented by the state?
I don't even know if it came out as an objection. I asked to take up something outside the presence of the jury because I didn't even understand I understand triage in a landing zone, military type situation. I didn't understand what she was testifying to. I don't have any objection in terms of what has been proffered, her being an expert to testify as to what has been proffered she's going to testify to. I don't have any objection.
All right, but what I don't want to do is bring the jury in and then she starts testifying to something that's not exactly what you think. So please proffer her so we can clarify that on any issue that you might object to.
I don't see me objecting to any issue that sounds like one gun fired both of these shell casings. I don't see me objecting to anything involving her
Ffrindiau.
expert opinion as to the weapon that fired these shell casings being this P blah, blah, blah gun. Anything else is going to have to come in my mind after this moment, but at this moment, I don't foresee me asking her any questions that would require me to challenge her expertise as the prosecutor has offered it to the court to this point. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Havar.
Bring the jury in, and I will have her so tendered as an expert as
I'm not
requested
going
by
to do
the state.
Tavan Ffrindiau
Both sides ready?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
because
Let's
people
bring the
don't know
jury
what it
in.
means. Hang on, I'm going to put some lights on.
So I'll need you to make your motion again when the jury comes in from the state. And I'll rule on it at that time, please.
I got it. I got it for Thursdays. That's what it's going to be called. That's what it's going to be called. No, but I would love to be back in Europe, though. Young, I would love to be back in Europe. And now you said it, yes, I did miss it,
All
but
right,
I would love to be
I'll
back
have
in
the
Europe.
state resume its examination, please.
Well, I forgot that we were out of Europe.
Tender, CSI Jimenez is an expert in firearms and in shell casing, triage, and identification.
No objection, Judge.
All right, hearing no objection, she will be so tendered.
Are you familiar with the operation of a semi-automatic handgun?
I am.
I guess, have you fired semi-automatic handguns before?
I have.
Have you fired a lot of semi-automatic handguns?
I have.
I have. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 30. I will fill in the numbers. What is State's Exhibit 30?
This is a USB containing videos showing the mechanical operation of a firearm when it is fired and the different components of a firearm.
Have you viewed those videos?
I have.
Would they assist you in explaining to the jury the complete function of a semi-automatic handgun?
They would provide a visual representation.
Your Honor, I would tender State's Exhibit 30 and the videos A, B, and C.
So Thursday's Sioe Cachu.
For demonstrative purposes.
I don't have any objection, Judge.
All right, is it narrated by this witness?
The videos do contain audio, but the audio will not be published to the jury, and I will allow CSI Jimenez to narrate the videos.
All right, so any exception to that, Mr. Lawrence Lewis?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so that the record is clear, only the video portions of States 30, A, B, and C are being admitted for the record. No audio is admitted by the court.
There's a pointer right in front of you.
Yes.
I veto. Why do you veto?
State's Exhibit
Thursday's Sioe
30A.
Cachu. What's that, Rob? What's wrong with that?
Okay, so here we are just going to be going over some of the principal components of a firearm. So this is a semi-automatic handgun. The portion that's racked back to actually load the round into the chamber is called the slide. That's at the top of the firearm. All right, the grip module is just a portion of the actual handle that you're going to be using. This back portion is the tang. That's just going to be a rest against the, I guess, webbing area of your hand. And of course, everyone knows the trigger. The plastic piece around is the trigger guard to prevent any accidental misfires. The hammer, this is going to be the portion of the firearm that actually comes back when the trigger is pulled that will actually push the firing pin in. Now you have a rear sight and a front sight so that you can actually see what you're looking at when you're firing the weapon. A slide catch to keep that slide from moving and operating correctly. The grip panel is just the same portion of the handle that actually gives you some traction on it. The muzzle is where the projectile is going to eject. The accessory rail is for any lights or accessories that you want to add to your firearm. The front strap is just additional gripping so that you can have a good hold on the firearm. And then the magazine
Jury's back.
goes into the grip, and that's where the
Jury's
intact
back.
cartridges or
She's an
bullets
expert.
actually go. The magazine release ejects that from the firearm itself so you can load it. Then you have your take down lever up top. This is the magazine actually ejecting.
Of
And this
ejecting.
is the inside view
And
of
hammering.
that same firearm, showing the firing pin that I mentioned earlier that's controlled by the hammer, the barrel, which is where the actual bullet travels, the recoil guide rod that just actually makes the slide move back and forth, and the recoil spring is the spring around it. All right, so the magazine gets placed into the firearm here. So you can see the magazine body as well as the opening at the top that holds the intact cartridge. And that's just the intact cartridges as viewed from a side of the magazine.
That's fine, Bunch. That's
The
fine.
spring at the base and the follower, those actually push the intact cartridges up towards the barrel of the gun.
Right. Young, why do you veto my new stream? I thought it was a good name, Thursdays. Sioe Cachu.
State's Exhibit 30B.
Now, this video is going to show basically what I just narrated, but that cycle of the projectile actually being fired. So the intact cartridges in the magazine are being pushed up by the spring lever, and then they are going to be loaded into the barrel of the gun after each round is ejected. So you have a new round. Actually, let's let this one finish.
It's funny.
This
It's
cartridge that at the very
Thursday's
top
something
that
show,
has been fired is going to eject out of the side port.
because it will be
A new
one a
one is
Cachu
going
show.
to go up into the barrel, and then as you pull the trigger, the hammer is going to make the firing pin actually hit the breech or the center fire cup of the cartridge, and that's what's going to ignite the gunpowder inside of the
Okay, I'll
intact
think of something
cartridge,
else
which
then.
will propel the bullet down the barrel. After that happens, we saw midway through the video that the casing that the bullet
from
is
pub,
housed
though.
within is ejected out of the ejector port located on the side of the firearm. And then the cycle starts over again.
State's 30C.
And here we just have a better view of the firing process. So the magazine, you have a chamber or a round in the chamber, your hammer back at the back. Your firing pin is the cylindrical object with the spring around it, the cartridge, and then you have the barrel that it's
So
going
you're
to
gonna
come
be
through.
grumpy as well then if I
So
don't.
this gray material, that is your gunpowder.
Everyone's in a bad mood with me
You
as
have
there
the
is.
case, which is the gold or yellowish casing around the gunpowder, and then the bullet itself. So when the trigger is pulled, the firing pin is going to come back, and then it will hit the primer, which ignites the gunpowder, propels the projectile down the barrel. As we see here, you get an explosion of gases
We'll
because
see.
that is a very small environment with a lot of combustible materials. So you have this gunpowder that's going to come out of the firearm at the barrel site and also out of the ejector port when the casing is ejected.
And does, and I've paused it at the 43-second mark. What we see is what looks like sparks and particulate and smoke coming out of the muzzle. Does that travel a certain distance and after it leaves the muzzle?
So it depends on conditions, of course, but typically, if you have anything outside of like a 6 to 10-foot radius, you're not going to get a lot of visible markings. But really, when you get like powder deposition on a surface, it has to be relatively close range.
Are you familiar with the Sig Sauer P365?
Yes,
Is it a semi-automatic handgun?
it is.
Does it operate in that fashion?
It does.
To show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31. What is State's Exhibit 31?
This appears to be a replica of a semi-automatic handgun. It's about the same size as a P365. Now, this appears to be for a Glock 43, but they are of similar size, and their operation would be the same as this firearm.
And would that help you explain your expert testimony to a jury?
Yes, in relations to, the size of the firearm or the size of a P365.
I would tender State's Exhibit 31 for demonstrative purposes.
All right, State's 31 is admitted without objection.
Now, this replica weapon has what appears to be an ejection port on the right side. Is that typical of firearms?
It is pretty typical. You can have firearms that are left side ejecting, but usually it's going to be the right.
I guess are more firearms manufactured, as far as you know, that are right side ejecting versus left side ejecting?
Yes, that is correct. There are more that are right side ejecting.
A couple more, a lot more?
A lot more.
Now, you've test fired a number of firearms.
Yes, yes.
About how many firearm test fires do you think you've conducted?
Personally, I mean, probably about 100 myself, but I've been present for
All the other women in my life aren't.
thousands easily.
All the other mods are just
Um,
angry at me at the minute.
And obviously each semi-automatic firearm ejects a cartridge casing?
They should, yes.
Well, unless there's a malfunction.
Unless there's a malfunction, yes.
Now, describe what a malfunction means in the firing process of a semi-automatic handgun.
So you can have a malfunction where the barrel itself or where the slide doesn't completely rack back, and you might get, a stovepipe. Like, say if you were to grab the slide while it's actively being fired, you could have the casing get stuck into the barrel so it doesn't fully eject.
Like literally, she is just describing SEX. Like all this, like, oh, it's ejected, and you grab it, you eject it, and it's like, what? Dirty, dirty. I won't say it, Sarah. I won't say it. I've done nothing. I'm only joking. They're all being lazy today. That's all. And I'm waiting for
You
the
may
bike.
also just have some that don't eject
I'm
because of the way
joking.
that you handled it.
They're all wonderful.
But most of the time, they should eject properly. Damage can contribute to a malfunction.
Or use Viagra.
And is there a way to get that shell casing out if there is a malfunction?
Oftentimes, yes,
But sometimes no?
but sometimes no, without taking the entire firearm apart.
I know, John.
I guess let's circle
It's awful,
back
isn't it?
to July 28th, 2021. Did you
I got
directly
a max.
participate in the investigation of a homicide that occurred
I got the volume for the court max. I've got my speaker as an extension max as well. It's terrible. They're not speaking to the mics, John. We should phone them up, John. You up for it? Let's phone them up.
in Yellow River Park on the previous day?
I did.
What was your
Speak
role
in
in
your
that
mics.
investigation?
I was contacted by the supervisor on scene,
Oh.
Supervisor Brittany Barrington, and was requested to come to the scene to recover or to retrieve those fired cartridge casings that had been located by Specialist Musey or Hamill,
Welcome, John P, by the way.
and to take those back to our unit to be uploaded into our system for a comparison against each other.
Did you collect those
It does,
shell
John.
casings from
I'm just glad, John, you're another dirty bitch. Welcome to our channel. You'll fit right in. As long as you can take a joke, you'll fit right in. So, but welcome, first time viewer, John, I believe. So, welcome to the channel. It sounds exactly like SEX. Now, just explain why I don't say the word. It's because my mods give me a row. Sarah P gives me a row if I swear, and I can't swear till after 2 hours. So, otherwise, I don't get seen by anybody. So, welcome, Jan P. And this is Sarah P.
I did.
to show you what's
Hi,
marked
Sarah
as
P and John
State's
P.
Exhibit 21. What is State's Exhibit?
Should I'd email her? I know we should email her.
This
Just
is
can't phone her
the
from Wales.
package, and if I can see these. Yes, these are the 2 casings that I received at the scene from Specialist Musey.
And
Have to
how do
fly
you-
in.
Well, we have a pretty thorough chain of custody also. So it has
And now
a
will flight for me, John.
placard showing the case number, where they were collected, but also just visually looking at them, they are the same mark, the same caliber, same color as the cartridges that I actually looked at.
And I will now show you State's Exhibit 24 through 29.
Because they keep walking and there's no.
You
They should just have
recognize
mics
State's
on them.
Exhibits 24 through 29. And could you just describe each one for the jury?
Okay.
No,
I
worries, John.
recognize
Always
the
welcome.
item in them, but the photographs are not mine. I believe these belong to Specialist Musey.
But are they, what is the item in them?
The item in them is going to be the 2 cartridge casings that I recovered from her at the scene. In fact, I can see the truck's lab bench in the background. And so this is going to be photographs of the 2 Aguila 9mm fired cartridge casings that I collected and entered.
Are they accurate depictions of the shell casings that were turned over to you and that are physically present in States Exhibit 21?
They are.
Your Honor, state would tender States Exhibits 24 through 29, a series of photographs of the aforementioned shell casings in States Exhibit 21.
No objection, Judge.
All right, 24 through 29 are admitted without objection.
5, 6, 7, 8. 6 items. Why? Hello, Paige. Did he? Oh, I saw him phoning something, Paige. I did. Hi, new and subbed. Oh, thank you, Paige. Thank you for that. And welcome to the channel, Paige.
What's admitted as States Exhibit 24. What is States Exhibit 24?
This is
The
a
volume.
photograph of one of the two 9mm shell casings that we were discussing previously, along with a note in Specialist Musey's handwriting, just designating this as evidence marker number 1.
So it's typical
Felix,
in
work.
in
Felix.
CSI's lab amongst the analysts, investigators.
Mhm.
you don't know what to say.
Specialist.
Paige.
Amongst the
He
specialists.
called for the
obviously,
volume
the
and stuff.
end is
I've got an
evidence
email
marker
about
one is
her
obviously
breathing.
That is correct.
And
That's the time
like
that
09,
was
49
recovered.
hours,
That's
time that was
correct.
collected.
So this morning's one is her breathing a lot, and they weren't using mics. It's not a hard concept, guys. Do you know what I mean? So Jan and
States
Paige, where you
Exhibit
from,
24.
guys? Where you from?
If these are
We're a nosy
in
bunch here.
order, this should be a side profile of that same first casing with a measuring device for scale.
State of Georgia. Come
States
on.
Exhibit 26.
And this is going to be a top-down photograph of the head stamp showing that one of the two casings as a Gila 9mm.
And does it depict the firing pin stamp in the primer left by the weapon that fired it?
Yes,
Yes,
if
we
you
can see
look
it.
inside of the centermost circle, you have a circular shape, which is going to be the firing pin impression. This portion right
We can see
here
that.
is going to
Yeah, I could show them that. I could do that.
And what
Free bro.
characteristics of that allow you
Swift
to
Tough.
compare it to the mark made by?
Right, let's stop for a second. Swift Tough, hello, how are you? Right, I could even do that. I could have done this. So do we think he did it or should he be? Well, I'm of the opinion so far that he is not guilty. As in, I don't see the evidence yet that he did anything wrong himself. But we're not seeing everything yet. Do you know what I mean? Tampa Bay. No longer post links. Why can he no longer post links? I don't know why you can't post links, Banshee. Have a good day, Shelley. Oh, Shelley gone. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see Shelley. Missed listening in today. Time to gear up for the afternoon. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Young. To tell them about the low sound from Tampa. So do you Tampa Bay Buccaneers? If you do, God help you. I don't know what that is about, Banshee. You should be able to. Have a good day, Shelley. Hey, Swift Tough. I lived in Georgia and other spots too. So where do you? Oh, you live in Tampa Bay now. Fine. Welcome, Swift Tough. Iris. Oh, so Paige, you know Iris, do you? Oh, so that's fine then. You'll fit into this channel. That's fine then. As long as you got a dirty mind, you're fine.
Or let me rephrase that. What characteristics of that allow you
Just
to
having
compare
some
it to a
issues. I
mark left
tried
on
to
a
chat
different shell casing?
8 times a few.
So the shape of it,
Kept
as well as
getting an
striations
error and
found
would-
within it, Now,
Same thing happened
with
yesterday. Hello,
head stamps,
Queen.
we're
Swoop.
not just looking for firing pins. We will look for
Hello,
ejector
Queen.
marks as well. And ejector marks are found on this outer rim. And here is a clearly defined
What?
rectangular ejector mark, which will have individual striations in it as well that can be compared against another casing.
Yeah, we had the same thing with toxic. So we now got a new queen. We got Queen Swoop. Is that soup or sweep? How do you say soup? Queen Swoop. And I'm in Texas. Stupid. Yeah, no, stupid.
For the jury, what's in State's Exhibit 29?
So this is
Good chance.
another photograph
Good.
of a head stamp of one of the two casings depicting that same circular shaped firing pin and
That's
also
fine,
the
Paige.
ejector
We won't hold that against you.
rectangular
That's fine.
insertion blunt.
We normally have C-Sweat and Jamie in here as well.
In your opinion, based on your knowledge, training, and
So you're
experience,
fine.
can you tell whether or not these marks were left by the same weapon?
From these photographs, not 100%. I would need a microscopic image, but I did see them microscopically when they were uploaded, and they did appear to be from the same weapon.
And are you able to tell what type of weapon left that mark?
Unfortunately, no. I can't testify to
I'm
what
sorry to hear
weapon
that, Jan.
it would have left it. Characteristics of the
Hi,
weapon,
Queen.
absolutely, but a
Oh,
firearms
Queen.
examiner would have to give that specific information.
Where's-
Is it consistent with the characteristics of any weapon that you're familiar with?
Yes, it is consistent with a P365.
I know.
Please.
Right. Queen, you sneaky thing, you. I was like, you know what? I know it's Queen Swoop from somewhere. I've seen that name somewhere. Discord as the gavel drops. Well, welcome, Queen. Thank you for all your work you do on the gavel drops as well. I saw your name because I was looking at it yesterday, and you've been putting document stuff in about this case. So, thank you for everything you do, and welcome. See, no one goes past me, guys. That's nice.
State's Exhibit 27.
I've only got bloody women in here. What's going on?
This
I'm
is a
Banshee. I'm
photograph
Banshee.
that was taken by Specialist Musi of the second fired cartridge casing with evidence marker number 2 written beside.
Oh, this judge. She breathes so heavy.
Lastly, State's Exhibit 28.
And this is going to be another photograph of one of the two casings. I'm assuming the second based on the sequence, just showing the scale of that casing.
2 inches.
And I guess you said striations on the side?
The striations on the side of the casing.
I might be misquoting you.
Yes, no,
Oh, no, no,
we
no.
don't do comparisons of any striations on the side. Now, there may be a portion of the extractor might leave a marking on the underside of the rim here, but I don't see that in this
See,
particular photo.
we're women.
When you
We're
observed
women.
microscopically, did you see anything?
We don't typically use those as the sole comparison.
No, it's not. It's
What
toxic.
what you were able
Banshee, it's not. It's not. It's the judge. 100% the judge. Because Aaron confirmed it. The first trial had the same. It's the judge. Blue wench. Who's that? Who's what? Who's where? Kai Kim. Breathing would be duh. You twat. Oh no, Bansh. McNears. Wow, soon that's. Yeah, McNears. That's fine. If you don't like him, that's even better. You got Baker Mayfield.
was
Oh,
enough to conclude that they have the same characteristics as being fired from a P365,
Yes, I mean, they do have characteristics that would be consistent with that.
and whether or not they were, irrespective of the weapon they were fired from,
Mhm.
the two shell casings
unfortunately, the
by
judge.
same weapon.
They do appear, yes, they do appear to be similar and that they look like they came from the same firearm.
Did you take part in any other part of the investigation of this particular homicide?
Yes, I processed a vehicle that was brought in relation to this case.
What
What?
condition was that vehicle in?
When it was received, it
The blue wench
was,
thingy.
it appeared to have severe charring and burn marks throughout and on the exterior of the vehicle.
Hi, Kim.
There was no visible tag. The VIN number had been essentially obliterated. The glass was melted into the car. It looked like it
Oh.
had been on fire for a
No, Kim.
good
It's
period
not.
of
I'll tell you
time.
now.
Were you able to determine, I guess, where that vehicle came from, what kind of vehicle it was?
In terms of where it came from, that would be a question for the investigator or the officer that brought it in. However, we were able to identify a VIN number on the engine compartment of the vehicle that we were able to trace back to I believe, a Nissan Versa, if I might reference my report.
I got you. I got you.
If you
Yeah,
go
blue
with
wench.
your recollection.
Blue wench, Kim. Blue wench. Yes, blue wench. Blue wench. You're 100% right. Blue wench. I thought you meant the two balls on the other above Sarah P. Sarah P loves that in her face like that. Two balls on her whoop in her face.
That was actually part of the detective's report, but it was a 4-door hatchback, and we were able to run the VIN numbers, but the actual make and model can be verified with the detective if necessary. But there was a Nissan emblem on the inside of the vehicle, and the VIN number 3N1BC1CP1CL364033 did return to a Nissan.
So it did return to a registered vehicle in the state?
It
of Georgia,
did.
as far as you know?
It did, as far as I know. I do not know the details of the registration, though.
Understood.
Yeah, that's fair play. I wouldn't. I don't know. I put it there for Sarah. She loves having it straight in the chops. Right. Okay, Shelley
Show you
thinks it's a
what's
B,
marked as State's Exhibit
so we'll
32
say it's a
through
B.
37.
Thank you.
Can you describe what we're looking at in State's
You get
Exhibit
stung by both, that's all right.
Yes, these are photographs that I did take of the vehicle in its state when it was received by our crime scene
Did it work?
investigations unit. We documented the exterior, we being
Thank you,
myself.
Jan. Wales,
I
West Wales.
documented the exterior of the vehicle, the interior, and we also
West Wales in
sifted
the
through
UK.
the debris inside for any items of possible evidence.
were you able to locate any items of possible evidentiary relevance?
We located a Nissan emblem, which was outside of the VIN, the only identifying information that we had at the time. We located that amongst the ash and debris in the floorboard in the front console area. We also located an aerosol can and I believe, red colored coffee cup that were underneath the seats. We weren't sure of their evidentiary value, but those were the things that we could identify in the vehicle.
And I'll go back to 32 through 37.
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions of the vehicle as it was in the evidence bay at Gwinnett County CSI?
Yes, they are.
Has anything been added to them, removed from them, they've been altered?
They don't appear to have been.
They're all true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Stay with tender State's Exhibits 32 through 37.
All right, 32 through 37 are admitted without objection.
Show you what's marked as, or admitted as.
Are you
State's-
asking to publish?
I am, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
You may publish.
Publishing State's Exhibit 32, which has.
Erin, F off, Erin. Oh, put your taco.
Yes, this is a
Next to the
photograph
double.
from the rear driver's side
Oops.
window frame looking into the front cab of the vehicle. So here you are
West
going to
Wales,
see
yes.
what is left of the front driver's seat, front passenger seat, and then the dashboard components of the vehicle as well as the insides of the door. You can see that the glass has been melted into the car and most of the upholstery has been basically burnt to ash.
I didn't start going my face.
Showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 33.
This is a side profile photograph of that same portion of the vehicle. Here you have the front passenger, here is the front driver, and then this is the windshield that is melted over the dash component. However, you can see that all that's left are metal frames and pieces of glass, and then all of the combustible materials have been turned to ash.
State's Exhibit 34. State's Exhibit 34.
This is a top-down photograph of
Be right
the
back.
front
Be right
driver's
back.
seat.
Yeah, it's a car.
Underneath, you can see
It's a car,
the
Iris.
red-colored cup that
It's a car.
located inside the vehicle.
It was found 5
and you can
miles
see a
away.
better view of some of the ashen material.
So he took and drove it 5 miles and then dumped it. Put on fire. I'll be back. I'm just going to get some instant coffee in me.
State's Exhibit 35.
This is an overall photograph of the engine compartment of the vehicle with the focus of it being here inside of the engine compartment. This steel impressed VIN plate is where we were able to find the VIN number to the vehicle. It was of course covered in ash, so it is removed here, but the VIN number to the vehicle is impressed.
State's Exhibit 36.
This is the back end of the vehicle, just showing the state of the exterior. All paint appears to have been burned off of the vehicle, and also there is no intact license plate or even bumper on the back of the vehicle.
Now, a license plate in the state of Georgia, do you know what it's made of?
A license plate? Oh, I do not.
Do you know whether or not it's metal?
It is metal. It's, I'm assuming, an aluminum material, but I don't know the exact composition of it.
Based on your observations, did you find a charred or burned license plate?
No, there was nothing inside the vehicle that appeared to resemble a license plate.
Lastly, State's 37.
This is the front end of the vehicle, again showing that all of the plastic and rubberized components of the vehicle have been burned off.
A vehicle that is, let me ask you this, did you check for the things did people think a CSI would go looking for DNA, fingerprints? Did you look for those things?
So we did rifle through, myself and Supervisor Barrington. We went through the ash and debris to see if we could find anything that was not entirely burned so that we could attempt to retrieve DNA or fingerprints. However, unfortunately, every item in there had a layer of soot on the outside. And when you have an item that has been burned, it takes away from the viability of getting fingerprints and DNA off of those items. When you think about fingerprints, fingerprints are mostly water. So if you think about, if you set a cup of water out on a table on a hot day, eventually it's going to evaporate. The same thing happens with fingerprints. Now, if you introduce a very large heat source or a fire, that's going to happen more quickly. So fingerprints in a fire situation are very difficult, if not impossible, to recover. And DNA is part of a combustible material, flesh, bone, those sorts of things. And unfortunately, fire degrades those pretty severely in most cases. So we weren't able to find anything that resembled fingerprints or DNA in our search.
And I guess it's fair to say, just based on observation, that this was a fairly hot fire.
That is safe to say.
Was there any other duties that you performed in relation to this investigation?
I received, I believe the following day, a bag that was recovered by Investigator Smith that contained an aluminum, what appeared to be license plate from another location. I don't know the location where it was recovered. That did appear to have burns on it as well.
When you say a license plate, you mean like a vanity plate or a Georgia issued registration license plate?
Both. So there was a Georgia issued license plate that I wasn't able to like see anything on because it was just metal at that time. There was a plate, I guess the like plastic decals, like decorative plates that was around it. That I was able to get a name off of, like a brand name, but we weren't able to get any kind of tag number or anything like that because the way that license plates work, at least in Georgia, is the top layer is a foil because that's what makes it reflective when people are behind you with their headlights.
I'm Earth.
And foil burns really easily. So that portion was gone, but the
Flick
actual,
in my
I guess, body of
shoulder.
the plate was still there.
Is it the foil that contains the identifiable numbering?
Yes, unfortunately.
I
Oh,
think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
oh, came back at a good
Any
time.
cross-examination?
Defense is good. Yes, Smurf. Well, ish.
It's under the exhibit up here.
Hang on. Let's get Murph up to speed here then. So Murph, hang on. I need to get this up as well. Oi, oi. Save. So the first one was a mistrial, as in hung jury, right? Yeah. He was still convicted for two things. One was tampering with evidence or something like that, and two, theft because he took the car and something else. So he's convicted of them. They could not convict him on murder. So so they are now trying to say that she committed suicide. The medical examiner from the first trial said it could be we just don't know. So that's the defense. Basically, she committed suicide, alleviated herself. Murph, Iris, what? Yeah, Murph. I watched the first one. That is the main defense. He says he was there. I said the same thing, Erin. Only because you told me. It's quite. Well, I won't say anything. You asked Erin. I won't say. I won't say. Erin is an expert here. But hello, Murph. I have said hello 10 times.
That's fine.
Thank you very much. I don't have a lot of questions, but let me start with this one. You indicated that a lot more of the semi-automatic guns have a right side ejecting. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you call it a right side ejection port?
It's a right side ejection port.
Fantastic. Okay, and a right side ejection port as opposed to a left side ejection port. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is that because most shooters are right-handed?
Shoot me down.
And the
Murph
the
has just
shell
shot me
casing
down.
is going to be ejected away from them as opposed to left-handed, or do you know?
I don't know. I can't say to the design rationale.
I don't know. It's a fine answer.
As long as it's not about countries, then Erin's
Tell
good.
the jury what a stovepipe is.
So a stovepipe is basically when you go to fire a weapon, when the trigger is actually
you, Murph.
pulled. If for some reason the slide of the firearm is manipulated during that operation, so say that
We're covering it.
you know, you grab the slide as
I
it's
love you
actually
again now, man.
racking back or as the trigger is being pulled. When it's going to stop that process of the cartridge casing being ejected midway through. So you'll get the cartridge casing halfway in the ejector, but caught in the
Yeah.
gun. So it'll be sticking out.
Oh, you see, I can't take her seriously because she's explaining how to have SEX. I love tacos now. I bought some today. So hopefully having them either tomorrow or Thursday. Love it. But yeah, listen to her speak. She just explained exactly how to have SEX. Oh, sex. I can. It's after 2 hours. I can. Jesus.
The stovepipe, I've heard, is referring to the way that it typically looks with it like sticking out like a chimney or something like that.
Now,
Exactly.
that's a mouthful. And
Yes.
I want to understand.
Of course.
this- I want you to tell me. Don't let me tell you. Does stovepipe just mean that the fired cartridge casing does not eject out of the gun?
It means that it doesn't eject fully, so it'll be partially hanging out of the
Okay.
ejector port.
Does somebody have to touch the slide in order for that to happen?
It's not mandatory. That is the scenario where you see it most of the time because that directly interferes with the slide, you know,
Yeah.
opening all the way so that it can be ejected. But it can happen if there's a malfunction with the slide by itself.
Well,
Okay, and it
malfunction.
sounds like
Yes.
when there's a stovepipe,
If there's a malfunction on it, just as good.
I'm gonna call it the back of the fired cartridge casing,
Mhm.
which would be the, what's it called? The
The head stamp.
head stamp. It sounds
Oh, you
like the
just
head
can't.
stamp would be stuck in the gun while the hollow portion
Ah.
is facing out. Is that right?
So it kind of, oh gosh, I'm trying to demonstrate it. If you
Demonstrate your love,
have
please.
casings.
Council, go up and demonstrate. Stick the head in there. Let's demonstrate it.
You're removing that from what exhibit? So we're clear.
Judge, this is
Napkins
State's
ready
exhibit
to
number
wipe afterward.
21. I just opened it. I haven't removed it because I think it's attached in here. It may just be attached with some tape though, so
Okay.
we may be able to remove it both from. I've removed Stacy. I've
Oh, no, if
removed
you had to bring
one
it
of the
down. Yes.
cartridge
Feel
casings
sympathy
marked
for her,
EM
actually.
number 1 from Stacy exhibit number 21.
Feel horrible
I'm
for
gonna
her.
ask for permission to remove the actual cartridge casing, the fire cartridge casing. This is what you need, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that
here we
and
go.
the
Fantastic. I'm
replica.
gonna give you both of them. There you go.
I'll take that
Okay,
there.
sorry.
No, that's all right. Just have it. Always wearing gloves. All right. So when you have a stovepipe, typically you are going to, just for the sake of the demonstration, you are going to have the cartridge casing and it's going to be partially ejected. So let me do it from, I'm trying to think of the best way to have this represented for you guys. You're going to have a portion of that cartridge sticking out, but the rest of it is going to still be inside of the firearm with this slide preventing it from exiting. So where it falls on this half of the cartridge casing, there's no way for that to be controlled. It can be, you know, midway down. It could be even like on the very tail end so that, you know, most of it's still in the firearm. Or it could be near this head stamp crimping where most of it is hanging out of the firearm.
And how do you clear it? Can you pick it out sometimes?
So you'll have to actually rack the slide back to have it open the rest of the way so that you can get this out.
All right, sometimes you can do it
There's
that way.
so many innuendos here.
Sometimes you have to take the slide apart. You have to take the gun apart.
Yes, you would have to take the firearm apart.
Okay.
Really trying to behave.
Since it's out,
Let's
let me
treat.
just use it for a second.
You don't know how hard
I
this is
have-
for me
I
to
have
behave.
What's part of the exhibit? It was marked EM number 1.
Yes, I said hard.
I have some questions about this. If the fired shell casing, right,
Mhm.
is right here, can we tell if this is a Sig Sauer P365? Can we tell if the gun is in this position,
Mhm.
or this position, or this position? based on where the round is?
No, shell casings and the whole process of a firearm being fired creates basically a controlled explosion, but it's only controlled in that the projectile is going to go down the barrel and so on. As far as the casing that is ejected from the firearm, you could shoot the same firearm from the same position multiple times and have them land in multiple different locations because it's just going to happen at random. It's going to go in the direction of the ejector port, so it's going to go to the right typically. But I have had guns that will, eject straight up, which, can be misleading, with the actual where the location of the ejector port is. But yeah, you can't tell where the gun 100% is based on it.
So if this were a 6-hour P365, I can fire 5 rounds. One might land at the judge.
hmm
One might land over to deputy by the door. One might land right here on the floor.
That's correct. And you
What-
also have external forces that could play a part of it, bouncing off of the ground, people walking through the scene, potentially moving them, things like that.
I'm just using an example right here.
Of
I think
course.
this is as controlled as you can get. There's no
Yes,
wind
this
here.
situation of, you might have bounce on the ground, but
And if I fire this 5 times, one's gonna land at the judge, might land at the
Might.
judge. One might land up in the lighting fixture if
Mhm.
it goes up. Is
yeah,
that
that's
right?
possible.
One might land over by the deputy. Is that right?
That's
One
possible.
might land behind me with the woman in the yellow.
Now, I mean, you distance might be a thing. I can't say like how far they will fly because you do have limitations on the explosion. But as far as directionality, yes, they can go multiple directions.
So it's almost impossible to predict from looking at where the shell casing is, where the gun was when the gun was fired. Is that fair to say?
You might be able to get a general, but you can't get an exact.
And when we say general, we know that if it's a right ejection port, the gun was somewhere to the right.
Yeah,
To the left of where the round is.
typically, yes.
Right. After that, we have no clue.
Personally, no.
Oh yeah, he's loving this testimony. Loving this testimony. Basically, he's just trying to say, like, it doesn't matter how far the gun was, the bullets can end up anywhere. So they're trying to say that he was 10 feet away and
Menez, you testified that the rounds that you examined have the characteristic of a 6-hour P365. Is that right?
Yes, they are consistent.
Okay. And I'm just trying to get some sense if you can tell me what other guns may have fired those 2 rounds.
Oh gosh, I can't give you an exhaustive list, but I mean, so those are consistent in that 6-hour typically has a circular firing pin. There are other firearms that have circular firing pins and similar ejector markings, but they're not going to be similar in their individual striations. But what we're doing is class characteristics. Class characteristics like firing pin will tell you that, or if you look at a 6-hour, then they're going to have circular, whereas like Glock will have a rectangular or D-shaped firing pin. So it's consistent with it. That doesn't mean that it's not consistent with other makes that have circular firing pins as well, but the individual specific striations are what are going to make it those two linked together.
Okay, and what I heard you say is all 6 hours. Is that what you said? That's what I heard you say, but I'm not sure you said that. All
Many 6 hours. Yeah.
Okay, many. So when we say many, more than 50% of all the models of 6 hour is gonna have those characteristics. Is that right?
In terms of the firing pin itself, yes. Most manufacturers of firearms, they're going to have a design that they go with. So to reference Glocks again, they are exhaustively or exclusively going to use that same shaped firing pin of like a D shaped after a certain model because that is their trademark. So a lot of other firearm manufacturers do that same thing.
Do you know how many Sig Sauers fire a 9mm round?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
But 9mm is your most common caliber.
I got you, and I understand you to be saying that a Glock could not have fired these 2 rounds. Is that right?
Based on the characteristics that I saw, no.
And I don't know if Colt, does Colt make a 9mm?
I mean, I believe so, but I don't know off the top of my head theirs. I'm less familiar with Colt.
Okay, and Remington?
Remington?
Yes. Does it make a 9mm?
Yeah, Remington makes 9mm.
Okay, and so I understand you to be saying in terms of Sig Sauers, the 2 fired cartridge casings that you examined have the characteristics of a Sig Sauer,
Yes.
right? Irrespective of this, if it's a 365,
Probably not.
465, 165, it has the
Unless he has
characteristics
to.
of a Sig Sauer that fires a 9mm. Is that right?
Yes.
How many other, I'm gonna call it manufacturers,
my goodness.
Remington,
Mhm.
Colt, however many, Desert Eagle,
Right.
I'm not the gun guy. How
Mhm.
many other brands of gun
Mhm.
had that same characteristic?
Several. I can't give you a number just because there are many off brands that obviously I wouldn't have an exhaustive knowledge about. You have Russian firearms and things like that that are also going to have circular firing pins, but we don't necessarily see them. But it is going to be several. The circular firing pin shape is common.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Judge.
All right, recross examination.
Done, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down, please. Does anybody on the jury need a break, or shall I call the next witness? All right, let's call your next witness.
Deputy Santa Maria.
I'm sorry, Santa Maria.
Yes.
We remember to get the witness names. He's on the stand now. Is state witness.
All right, so watch your step coming around. If you will be seated comfortably in the chair and position yourself directly in front of the microphone, please.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jonathan Santa Maria.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office.
And are you a post-certified law enforcement officer?
I am.
Deputy Santa Maria, how were you employed in August of 2021?
I was employed with the DeKalb County Police Department.
In your duties, what were your basic duties with DeKalb County?
Just everyday patrol, uniform calls.
And
Absolutely.
did you receive a call about, and I don't know how DeKalb would have classified it, but about an abandoned or burned vehicle I think it would have been August 1st, 2021.
Yes, sir. I responded to an abandoned vehicle call located at the Hidden Acres National Park.
And what is Hidden Acres National Park?
We have where I used to work, we had several different just parks in the area, located especially in my precinct alone.
Did you respond physically to the scene?
We received a call from a park ranger. I believe his name was Park Ranger Curtis. He called us in reference to a burned vehicle that was abandoned, appeared to have been there for a few days, and I was the one who was dispatched to the location.
Did your, I guess, role in this investigation, were you able to determine how it got there, when it got there?
No.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 39.
You're skipping 38.
I believe 38 was one of the last photographs shown to CSI Jimenez.
Let me confirm with the court reporter. Do you have a 38 marked?
Okay.
No 38.
I don't know. I just went with Santa
Mr.
Maria.
Detective, I'm gonna show you what's marked
My
as State's
mods
Exhibit 38.
sleeping, you see.
What is State's
Joking,
Exhibit
Sarah
38?
P. Joking, Sarah P. Don't be nasty.
That is the vehicle that I was brought to by the park ranger located at the park.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of that vehicle?
Correct.
Has anything been altered about this photograph?
No.
Your Honor, State would tender State's Exhibit 38.
All right, 38 is admitted without objection.
Your Honor, if I may publish State's Exhibit 38.
Yes.
Use the mic. Please. I said please.
This is State's Exhibit 38. Is this the vehicle that you found?
Correct.
What did you do?
No worries,
when you
Queen.
got to the scene and found our dog vehicle?
Queen swoop.
I spoke to Park Ranger Curtis. He informed me that there was a murder that occurred in Gwinnett County, which is just one jurisdiction over from us, very close to the location we were at. He informed me that they were looking for a blue Nissan Versa. I approached the vehicle. I couldn't find any sort of identifying VIN and or tag to identify the vehicle. I did locate a Nissan emblem, which I then looked up the vehicle online and saw that it was matching what I could say was assumed to be the vehicle that is a Nissan Versa.
And did you contact Gwinnett County?
Correct. I contacted a Gwinnett County sergeant, and he arrived on scene shortly after.
And did you turn the vehicle over to Gwinnett County?
Correct. They said they were going to obtain it for further investigation.
Did the Gwinnett County Police Department take possession of the vehicle from the scene?
They called their own wrecker service to take it to their lot.
And did you have any other role in this investigation after turning the vehicle over to Gwinnett County?
No.
All the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Is it Deputy Santa Maria?
Correct.
Deputy Santa Maria. Good afternoon.
Definitely.
Let me start here. How long did you patrol that precinct or area of DeKalb County where the burnt-out vehicle was located?
For that day, or how long I was
During the time that you were with law enforcement in DeKalb County?
from October of 2020 to December of 2022.
Okay, more than 2 years, so you were familiar with that area, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Stone Mountain area near Stevenson High School?
Correct.
I think the nearest school to there is Stevenson Middle, is that right?
I believe that is correct.
Okay, all right, good. How would you describe that area in terms of crime? Low crime?
I was going to email the court, but there's no email. There's only telephone numbers. So if anyone gets an email for this, I've got all the judicial assistant, calendar coordinator, senior staff attorney, official court reporter. But there's no emails, only phone numbers. So I can't phone from the UK. So if anyone finds an email for me, I'll email them to ask the
Crime area, high crime
speaking
area,
mics.
medium? How would you describe it? You being there for 2+ years.
About a medium to high crime area, depending on the area.
Medium to high crime area. A lot of cars being broken into,
Yes, sir.
cars being taken.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a whole lot of cars? In my mind, it's like Beirut. Do you have a whole lot of burnt out cars where cars
Got
are
it.
getting burnt out?
Not that I'm familiar with.
Okay, good. In the 2+ years that you were there, how many car fires did you respond to where it was just an abandoned car just burning out of control in the 2.5 years?
This is the only one that I can recall.
Got it. So although there may be car break-ins and car thefts, you don't have too many just sort of cars engulfed in flames. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When you come upon the vehicle is in the condition as we see in the photograph, right? It's already burnt out. Is that right?
That's correct.
There's no fire trucks there. It's already done. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you able to see if there was any report made at any time in the 48 hours prior to or in the week prior to you discovering the car or somebody pointing out the car to you? Were you able to discern if there was any reports of a car being on fire?
Not that I'm familiar with.
So when you arrive, fire's all done, but you don't know when the car was actually burnt up. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Be direct.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could request a brief recess so I can plan the rest of the day. The rest of the day will be filled how schedules are, because I may have to ask someone about that.
Do you just need to step out in the hallway to check that?
I can probably do that.
Okay, we'll just be at ease to allow you to do that.
Okay, I'm emailing them. Many thanks. The lamb. Right, I've
If you want us to
emailed
stand up and stretch, you can.
Aliria Unga. Hopefully she sorts it out. Hopefully she does this now. So, sent. So I've asked them to ask. Oh, do they? Erin, you beautiful, beautiful taco. 11 and like I was looking for them earlier on. And yeah, I was looking at that earlier on. Erin, you absolute beauty. 11 alive. Ah, 11 alive. 11 alive. I said, ah, 11 alive. 11 alive. I looked at that earlier on. But they weren't showing anything. Here we go. Right, they're way ahead of us, so I've got to go back. Oh my god, they're like 10 minutes
You
ahead
ready
of
to
us.
call your next witness?
Investigator Strickland?
Okay, so here we go. I'll start from there. We are currently 12 minutes behind, but that's fine. That's fine. Let me just change it. Stop screen. Pull this one instead. Oops, wrong one. That's what she said. Right, I'm just gonna put this one in. Present, share screen, watch live, share, open it up. There. Stop screen, Jesus. Share screen.
And are you also a person host?
I'm just setting it all up. I got the extension on now as well.
Certified law enforcement officer.
Yes, sir.
And what is an arson
All right,
investigator
want me
do?
down a bit?
Primarily, we look at fires that are either suspicious in nature or that the fire department does not know how they started to
no.
determine a cause and origin.
How many times have you, or is there any training or education
all
that
right.
you received to do that job?
Yes, we have two 80-hour courses, Arson 1 and Arson 2, that we complete at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. Further of that, the International Association of Arson Investigators has a fire investigation technician certification that we obtain. And I just obtained earlier in the year my certified fire investigator credentials from the IAAI as well, which is roughly a 5-year process.
Were you so assigned, so employed, and so educated in July or August of 2021?
I did not have my CFI at the time, but other than that, yes, sir.
I want to show you what's been previously admitted to State's Exhibit 38. You recognize State's Exhibit 38?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's a vehicle that I had a brief encounter with at the GCPD lot.
Is that the same vehicle in State's Exhibit 36?
That is actually the one at the lot at the time I saw it.
That's exactly as you saw it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, John.
And in State's Exhibit 35?
That appears to be the engine compartment of the same vehicle.
Always good for everybody.
34?
That is the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
Right, can we just say goodbye to the balls, the cock and balls? Say goodbye to it. I'm gonna remove the cock and balls. Yeah, sorry, Banshee. I got the same. I've removed it. Right, the cock and balls are going. They are going to meet the taco, Erin Taco. They go to meet Erin Taco. They're gonna have a good time. All right, see you balls. Remove. Right, let's go.
Then 32.
And again, another picture of the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
I guess as an arson investigator, someone with your education, background, and experience, what can you tell me about the fire that did this to this vehicle?
The fire appeared to have started on the interior compartment of the vehicle, the passenger compartment. And that's really about as far as I can go on this one. I did not do a full examination of this for an origin and cause investigation. I was there to assist GCPD.
Now, what would a full, and I'm going to put State's Exhibit 32 up. You said the fire appears to have started in the passenger compartment.
Yes, sir.
Is the location where you believe the fire started contained in State's 32?
It's roughly in the front seat area. You can see the oxidation.
There's a pointer right in front of you.
Oh, thank you. You can see the oxidation, the rusting down here at the base. Typically, that's where the high heat would have originated inside of that vehicle. After several days, the oxidation tends to be more and more, and you can kind of follow the pattern back towards that.
Back towards
the area of origin. I'm sorry. Excuse that.
Just stop.
Sorry.
Would you describe this fire as intense?
There's nothing that could not burn is left on there, so everything is gone.
Now, you said in a full investigation, there are different things you might have done. As far as you know, where was this car found?
In DeKalb County.
And is there any indication that the fire occurred in Gwinnett County?
Not at all.
As such, would it have been the responsibility of DeKalb County arson investigator to conduct an investigation into the arson?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if they did?
I'm not familiar with that. I don't believe so, but I'm not completely sure.
That's all the questions I have, Investigator Strickland.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Investigator Strickland. It's sort of interesting what you raised. Someone with Gwinnett County went and picked up the vehicle in its burnt out condition in DeKalb and brought it back to Gwinnett. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. And if there's a normal procedure, I don't necessarily assume that there is, but in that situation, since you're not doing a full investigation, who would be contacting DeKalb? Like, what's the process with that interjurisdictional issue?
I was called over to bring evidence cans that we would take samples in for GCPD. Since it wasn't our investigation, they were requesting those materials that we have. Once I took them there, I asked them if DeKalb was involved, and they were not sure, so I gave them a contact to DeKalb County Arson. I don't know what happened beyond that, though.
Okay, so once you brought over the materials, you didn't actually do any more investigation?
I did a 360 of the vehicle and told them my opinion of just on the 360, but it was not an official full investigation. I didn't take samples or anything that I would have.
So you had been in arson like 6 years at that point?
Roughly.
Okay, so you sort of eyeballed it walking around and you could tell, okay, it got burnt out. Could you tell if there was an accelerant that was used?
No, sir. I could, if we would have our area of origin, we would have taken a sample and that would have sent off to the lab, and only that lab can tell us whether an accelerant was actually used or not.
I got you. You didn't do that.
No, sir.
And you don't know if DeKalb did that.
I'm not familiar, sir.
And you weren't the point person to get in touch with DeKalb to make sure that they.
I just passed on a contact number.
Thank you very much, Investigator Strickland. Thank you, Judge.
Redirect?
None, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down and be excused.
Okay.
So we're in Georgia.
All right, call your next witness.
Tanya Lang.
What'd you say? Tanya Wang. Yeah, Georgia. Yeah. Good title. Right. Witness.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Lang. I'm well. Ma'am, just watch your step coming around for me, please. And then take your time, get seated comfortably in the chair. And if you can slide yourself all the way up to that microphone for me, please. Thank you.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Tanya Lang.
And Ms. Lang, who is Tori Lang to you?
My granddaughter.
To show you what has previously been admitted.
Thanks, Iris.
As State's Exhibit number 2.
Over here, Ms.
Oh.
Lang, do you see that?
Yes.
Who's depicted in State's Exhibit number 2?
I'm sorry.
Who is that depicted in State's Exhibit number 2?
That's Tori. That's my granddaughter.
Tell me a little bit about your granddaughter, man.
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, because we could be a while. Tori was, if I had to sum it up in one word, I would say phenomenal. She was very intellectually inclined, very smart girl, honor student, AP student, tutored other AP students. She really was a smart girl, but she was witty, she was funny. And the most amazing thing about her, she was so compassionate. She was generous to the nth degree. She just was a phenomenal girl. She really was.
Did she ever live with you?
Yeah.
Did she, at the time she died, did she have a car?
Yes, she did.
What kind of car was it?
It was a, can't remember the name of it. I'm not good with cars. Ask me what color it was, what it looked like on the inside, but don't ask me what it is, make or model. It was a little blue, oh man, I can't think of the name of it, but it was a little blue car.
Who was the registered legal owner of that car?
I was.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 39. What is State's Exhibit 39? What is it?
It's the title to the car.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the title to your car that Tori drove?
Yes.
Yes. And has anything been added to it, taken away from it? Your Honor, State would tender State's Exhibit 39.
All right, 39 is admitted without objection.
Do you know what happened to your car, Ms. Lang?
I learned that after Tori's passing, we had been searching for the car. And maybe about a week or so after her passing, we learned that the car had been found and it had been burnt. It had been torched.
Also going to show you what's been admitted as, what is labeled as State's Exhibit 40. What is State's Exhibit 40?
Motor vehicle dealer title, reassignment supplement, okay.
I'm sorry, when you're ready to answer, if you would just speak in that microphone for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a true and accurate copy of the supplemental title report to your vehicle?
It is.
And is that your name listed as owner?
Yes,
And was this the vehicle that Tori drove?
yes, the bird said yes.
Your Honor, State would tender State's Exhibit 40.
All right, 40 is admitted without objection.
I'm not going to make you read it, but is the VIN number located on both of these documents?
Yes,
And when the car was found, did as far as you know, did the officers tell you how they identified the car?
no,
Was it registered in your name?
yes,
Did you give anyone permission to, other than Tori, to take that car?
no,
Did you give permission to anyone to incinerate that car?
no, absolutely not.
Do you know the defendant, Austin Ford?
Yes,
Has you ever met him before?
yes,
Did you know him to be an acquaintance of Tori's?
yes,
Did he have permission to have, take, or use your car?
no, no, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Judge.
To ask.
Good afternoon. I
Good
don't have-
afternoon.
I don't have a lot of questions, and I don't have any objection to Tori's photo staying up, Judge. After Tori graduated from high school, did she ever live with you?
Yes, she lived between her parents and me. We lived around the corner from each other, so she had two homes.
All right, and when she would stay with you, would she stay for like a week, a month, 6 months, or was it like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday with you, and then the other part of the week she would stay with her mom?
Oh, it was no set timing in that. We shared her.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did she have a key to your home?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. So she had her own room in your home?
She and I shared a room.
Okay, all right. So if it was a Sunday night, it was nothing for you after Tori graduated from high school in 2021. Tori knock on the door and sort of pop up on a Sunday. Is that fair to say?
Well, after Tori graduated, I became ill. I have lupus, I have COPD, I have severe rheumatoid arthritis, and I have fibromyalgia and Raynaud syndrome. So Tori spent a lot of time with me outside of what she did, hanging out with her friends and working and stuff like that. So she really became more of my caregiver.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. And then the 14 months in between the time that she graduated high school and she died, about how much of that time did she end up living with you? Was it half the time, 90% of the time?
About
half the time. And prior to her graduating high school, did she spend about half her time with you also while she was in high school?
Not so much.
Not so much. More after she graduated?
Yes.
All right. And during the time when she was staying with you, was she working?
She did.
All right. What?
She always had a job. She was, I guess what you call the word, industrious. She prided herself on being independent. So if I'm not mistaken, my recollection, Tori might have started working when she was about 14 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
In July of 2021, when all of this tragedy befell your family, do you recall where Tori was working at that time?
At that time, I do recall, because I really did not like what she was doing, but she was really good at it. She was doing DoorDash.
Okay. She was delivering food.
Yes.
I got you. And in July of 2021, that fateful month, was she living with you then?
No.
Okay.
Not in that era.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. In the 50% of the time that Tori lived with you after high school, but before her untimely death, would Austin Ford come over and hang out with her at your home?
Outside, yeah, they'd be hanging out in the car. Yeah.
Fair enough. Did Austin Ford ever come into your home during that time between May of 2020 and July of 2021?
No, he did not. No.
Did you forbid him from coming in the house, or he just wasn't the type that knock on the door, pop up and just, hey, I'm here to see Tori?
Oh no, I didn't forbid him. It's just like, I don't know. I guess she knew I wasn't into the kind of music they like to do. You know, they I mean, they could have came in if they wanted to, but that was their choice.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lang.
You're
Thank
more
you,
than
Judge.
welcome.
Any redirect?
Yeah,
Briefly, Your Honor.
he needs some big given.
Ms. Lang, is it fair to say that before Tori graduated from high school, you needed less caregiving than after?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that question?
Ask the question a different way. You listed a number of conditions that you're living with.
Right.
Have they caused, your functionality to deteriorate over the years?
Oh, absolutely.
And so while Tori was in high school, did you need less help than the time after Tori graduated from high
That's
school?
correct. That's correct. And my condition, they kind of work together. Like if I'm having a lupus flare, it automatically triggers my arthritis. So the two together working, I'm balled up in a knot because the tension, joint pain, stuff like that. But yeah, it was less. It really became real severe with her passing. With her passing, I went into a deep depression, lost a lot of weight, like a whole nother person.
They don't want to hear
My
that.
condition just got worse, and I saw therapy. It didn't do a lot of good because everywhere I go, everything I see, like my daughter has a room full of pictures. I can't do that. I can't. I would love to, but I feel like it would be a shrine or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And I just can't bear to look at it
You
because
feel like she's not testing. Come on.
it brings me to that dark place that she's just not here anymore. No.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Lang.
Like,
All right, Ms. Lang, thank you so much. Be careful. Please
you.
watch your
Maybe
step
hard,
coming
always,
down. The bailiff will assist you.
but like the last question.
All right, thank you.
In the end, because
All right, please call your next witness.
Eddie Reeves.
Eddie Reeves. Eddie Reeves. Oh, mother. What's done now is that was it? Yeah, absolutely. She's a poor lady, absolutely. But as Iris says, that's a victim impact statement. That's
Good
nothing to do
afternoon.
with.
Watch your step coming around for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Will be seated and position yourself in front of the microphones, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, self you got?
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Eddie Reeves with the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your role with the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office?
I'm an investigator at the Medical Examiner's Office.
And what training and education do you have that allows you to complete those duties?
Prior to working for the Medical Examiner's Office, I was 13 years as a sheriff's deputy in Hall County, where I amassed over 3,000 hours of crime scene schools, blood pattern analysis, wound analysis, things like that. And I've been with the Medical Examiner's Office since 2002.
And what are the basic duties, what's the basic role of an investigator at the ME's office?
The investigator will take the call of death from the reporting agency, the police department, or hospital. The investigator will decide if it is a case that fits under the Georgia Death Investigation Act, and if Gwinnett County has the jurisdiction. The investigator then will obtain information from the caller to see if we need to make a scene evaluation of the case. Cases that include injuries or trauma, unnatural events, we would respond to at the scene.
And did you receive a call that warranted the attention of the medical examiner on July 28th, 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
Imagining that you might have received one, did one of the calls or the call that you received that day involve the body of a young lady found at Yellow River Park?
Yes, it did.
Did you go to the scene?
I did.
What did you do with the scene?
I helped process the scene. I had a trainee with me, so I was instructing her as well. But our function at the scene is to evaluate what, if any, injuries we can see, take photographs, collect any evidence that's pertinent for the medical examiner's office and the medical examiner to rule on cause and manner of death.
And did you do that on that day at Yellow River Park?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 41 to 55.
Steve's, yeah. That's a good bald head, that is, isn't it? I bet he polishes that in the mornings. Always said if I lose my hair, just shave it all off. Pick it, isn't it? Pick it. I'm not probably one of these guys that holds on to my hair. Once it starts going, it all goes off. My hair is probably in it. Top hair off, tubes off, everything off. Wait, what do they do now? Come on. What are you doing?
Judge, can you take up one thing outside?
Is it something we can address at the bench or not? If not, that's fine.
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay. Let me go ahead and make this more of your mid-afternoon break. And when we come back, then plan to go through as close to 5 o'clock or when the state runs out of witnesses today. So let's be in recess until 3:50. And then we'll go to the end of the day, the end of the court day.
I'll keep it on like this now. John, I wish you love. The hell? What's the Irish Lala? What does that mean, Lala? Where's the Irish in Texas gone? What's Lala? Lala, loopy, Lala.
Do you need the witness to step down?
No, it's
Okay.
fine, Judge. Judge, respectfully, if I could hand these up to you, 41 through
55?
55.
She is.
Judge, my obviously photos are already shown, Judge. My objection really goes to some of the photos being duplicative. It's got nothing really to do with this witness. Specifically 41 and 49.
Okay, are those the specific ones you want me to look at?
Yes, 41 and 49, though, that's the pairing that I have right now, which is the easiest one to deal with. Obviously, there are going to be photos that are going to be shown. Some of the photos are going to be before Tori's head is shaved, so we can see stippling or whatever we're going to see. I don't have any objection to the clothing being shown. It's not graphic for me. I think some of this is going to be a little bit graphic for the jury. They've seen a number of photos already in terms of body cam videos and additional videos from the crime scene folk that show how she was found.
Okay. They are not allowing us to hear or see any of this stuff now. I know you've seen the uncowed inner groms. Jesus. Big words.
Total of 6 I think it's duplicative. I think it's a bit gory, and so I just raised that issue. Obviously, my objection would be to the extent that it's duplicative, to the extent that it's gory, it's especially prejudicial to my client.
Let me hear the state's response.
Your Honor, the determination made by the medical examiner is largely, and a lot of it is based on the autopsy itself and the condition in which the body is found, the circumstances under which the body is found, the manner of the wound. All of those things are necessary for Dr. Terry to explain the findings. It is certainly not the state's intention to things just simply to introduce exhibits for the purpose of gore. There, with one exception, there will not be any photos of the autopsy itself. Notably, since we're addressing the matter and since the defense attorney has brought up the issue of gore, there is one photo that was not being introduced through Investigator Reeves, but through Dr. Terry, that is of the inside of Tori's skull that shows the path that the bullet took from entry to the point where it terminated.
Okay, let me have everybody pause because I have two sets of photos that are marked 53, 54, and 55 that are not the same. So I've got set A of 53, 54, and 55, and set B of 53, 54, and 55. So I need to know which ones I'm considering.
Some of it, I'm not really sure on that. I think I handed too much to.
Otherwise, I have 41 through 57, with the exception of those three that are two different sets of two different photos. So I need to correct 53, 54, and 55. All right, let Mr. Lewis see, and then take back what you don't want me to consider. And let's not mix them up with what's actually being admitted, so.
53, 54, 55 that the prosecutor's handed to me, which I assume is going to be his real 53, 54, 55. I don't have any objection to, Judge.
Okay. Now you can conclude your argument now that I know what photos I'm looking at, Mr. Norris Lewis.
And there is one photograph likely if Mr. Lawrence Lewis is arguing is gory, this is probably the most, but it is one that Dr. Terry specifically asked for to illustrate wound path.
Well, I'm not addressing that if it's not being sought to be tendered by the state right now. I'm not addressing that.
Yes, sir.
Any final word from the defense?
Judge, we're not commenting on that. Judge, respectfully, the photos that you've been handed up, I don't recall from the first trial how many of those photos Dr. Terry needed. Obviously, I think the photos where Ms. Lang's head, where the bullet enters her skull, is going to be needed to testify about stippling, gunpowder, things of that nature. So that part I'm sort of clear on. She will need that. I don't know that she's going to need, if you look at, again, I go back to 41 and 49, I don't know that 41 and 49 are going to be photos that Dr. Terry is going to need. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't have in my mind right now all of her prior testimony, all of the photographs that she used to render her expert opinion. So I have to sort of rely on my first argument that some of the photos, especially, I'm not worrying about the clothing, the photos of not the photos, not any part of the head shavings, the photos where we have blood, and the close-up shots of the, entrance wound, which I can specifically tell you is 41 and 49, but I wanna say that there at least at least one other set of the photo of that, of where the bullet would have entered her brain, where it's not shaved, it's not cleaned up.
Hey, I'm not really sure what. Hard to dissect it now because I can't see them. 4 votes, 3 yes for Blue Wednesday, 1 no. Oh, 1 no.
All right,
Three
having
votes in.
considered the state's motion to tender states 41 through 55. Well, you actually said 51 through 55, but you've handed me through 57. So are you seeking to tender through 57? Do you want to see 56 and 57?
I had to renumber on the fly. And 53,
55, 54. Okay, those are all the clothing shots. So you're seeking to tender 41 through 57?
yes.
All right, having considered the argument of the state to tender states 41 through 57 and the objection from the defense, over objection, I will allow each of the exhibits 41 through 57 to be admitted. And I'm saying over objection, but the defense is not objecting to all of them, but specifically, I believe 41 and 47.
49. 41 and 49 is duplicative. If you hand me those, I can tell you the ones that I think are duplicative, Judge.
Yes.
I understand, of course, just to clarify the record.
Sure.
41 and 49.
I don't know what it's doing. Not well.
47, Judge, and 48. 43 and 45.
Right, so all are being admitted, subject to objections that are made by the defense, and those objections are noted for the record.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so that gives you probably about 5 more minutes before the jury's gonna come back. Do you all want to take a restroom break?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
All right, 5 minutes. Mr. Ford is back with the deputies, and the witness can step down for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Number 2, because it's so loud. I'm not sure if you guys have got it so loud, but I can't. It's down literally number 2. I don't know why we're not rimming number 2 today. We're not rimming it. We're rimming. We're rimming. We're rimming. So is everyone voting in the poll? 4 people. Come on, pull your fingers out. Pull your fingers out your ass and start voting. Yes or no, I don't care. Tell me when they're back on. I need to rest my ears. So this is, I think this is an interesting trial. I genuinely think it's interesting. I don't know where it's going to take us or how we're going to get there. I don't know how we get there, but get there if we can. Yes, Sarah P. That means, how do you know I'm behind? I am behind. I can catch up now, though. I'm about 8 minutes behind. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Happier, but I will get after you send me. I am okay. 7 minutes. Yeah. How do you know you can justify in 5 minutes? Okay, you sniper, you. Somewhere else as well. Oh, you see? Sarah P, you see? Oh, who else you want to Sarah? Right, here we go. We're 7 minutes behind, but I'll play it at 1.25. 1.25. Here we go. 1.25. Who sound? My sounds. My sound. Iris. Para, para. Iris, don't make me paranoid now.
Exhibit 42.
Well, I guess what recognizes them because they haven't been admitted, but he is testifying to what they actually are. So
I will start over, Your Honor.
thank you.
I'm going to show you what are marked as State's Exhibit 41 through 42 through 57. You take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them.
I do.
Is each one a true and accurate depiction of what's contained in the exhibit?
They are.
Has anything been added to, removed from, changed about the photographs?
No, sir.
Your Honor, State would tender State's Exhibits 41 through 57.
My only objection is addressed already, Judge. That would be my only objection.
States 41 through 57 are admitted subject to the defense's objections that are preserved on the record.
Can you tell me what the purpose of these photographs are?
The investigators at the scene will photo document the victim, the individual at the scene, for documentary purposes and for evidence. The investigator will then attend the autopsy of the individual to take photographs at the direction of Dr. Carol Terry, the medical examiner for Gwinnett County, to photo document the exam, injuries, evidence, etc., that she deems is important during the examination.
Does Dr. Terry go to the scene of an individual there?
Not usually. She has in the past. She relies on her investigators to do that. She obviously, one person could not attend all of those scenes.
So you attended the scene in this death?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you relay whatever observations that you made as well as these photographs to Dr. Terry?
Yes. We brief Dr. Terry on what we see, what injuries is apparent, with limited manipulation of the individual, so that we can do it in a more controlled environment, such as the morgue when Dr. Terry conducts her examination.
I'm not going to publish it this time, but I'm going to ask you to describe the contents of State's Exhibit 41.
It's a close-up photograph of the injury to Ms. Lang's head.
State's Exhibit 42. I'm sorry, did you have more to say?
On the right side of her head.
State's Exhibit 42
is an overall of Ms. Lang from the waist up at the scene, position of her hands, arms, hair, her clothing, etc.
State's Exhibit 43.
Close up of the left side of Ms. Lang's head, showing blood flow as it relates to the injury to the head.
State's Exhibit 44.
Close up of the same left side of the head, showing the blood flow from the eye, which had pooled from the nose.
State's Exhibit 45.
And overall of the left side of the head, showing the blood flow.
State's Exhibit 46.
The back of Ms. Lang at the scene. We do the front, and then we roll the individual over to look at the back to see if there's any injury or trauma that needs to be documented. We also will pull up clothing to see the skin itself, to see if there's anything that is being covered by the, excuse me, by the clothing.
State's Exhibit 47.
Overall, of the right side of Ms. Lang's head showing the injury in relation to her lying on the ground there at the scene and her hair around it.
State's Exhibit 48.
Overall of the scene, Ms. Lang at the scene showing her head, the ground to her right, and the blood flow from the injury.
State's Exhibit 49.
Close-up of the injury showing the injury as it was and some stippling that you can see.
State's Exhibit 50.
Blood transfer on the right thigh of Ms. Lang. A close-up.
Now, you call that blood transfer. What does blood transfer mean?
Blood transfer is blood that has been transferred from one source to another. There's no injury associated with the area of this blood, so therefore it had to be transferred there somehow by somebody or something.
Did you take a sample of that blood?
I did not know.
Was a sample of that blood taken?
Yes.
Was it taken at the medical examiner's office?
It would have been taken, yes, at the medical examiner's office.
Do you know who took that sample?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 51.
Ms. Lang's lower extremities, the back of the lower extremities in that rolled position, showing some debris.
State's Exhibit 52.
Photograph of Ms. Lang's right side of Ms. Lang's head at the autopsy after Dr. Terry has shaved around the injury. I attended the autopsy, showing an unobstructed view of the injury and stippling associated with that injury.
State's Exhibit 53.
A close-up of the same injury in each of the photograph of 52 and 53. There's a ABFO2 scale, American Board of Forensic Odontology scale, which gives some reference to size and things as a measurement on it.
And State's Exhibits 54 through 57.
The clothing, the shirt in which Ms. Lang was wearing at the time, the back, this is the back of the shirt. I was demonstrating when I took this photograph that there was no drag marks on them.
Did you take any biological samples, or do you take biological samples when you are either at the scene or in the?
I do not.
Okay. That's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
No questions? All right, thank you, Investigator Reeves. You may step down. And call your next witness, please.
Carol Terry.
Good afternoon, Dr. Terry.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And I think, Mr. Wooten, if we can say, I know Dr. Terry's testimony tends to be long, if we can leave the water over there so that she can access it if she needs it, please.
Thank you.
If you could just grab some.
Please.
Okay, all right.
Can I have something a little bigger than that?
Do we have anything bigger or any of the small bottles? He'll accommodate.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. You may swear in your witness.
Dr. Terry, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Carol Terry. I function as the Chief Medical Examiner for Gwinnett County. I'm a forensic pathologist.
What education, training, experience do you have that allows you to serve as a medical examiner and a forensic pathologist?
Okay. In 1986, I graduated from Emory College of Emory University with a Bachelor of Arts in Religion and a Bachelor of Science in Biology. From 1986 to 1990, I attended Emory University School of Medicine, where I received my Doctor of Medicine degree, so I am an MD. From 1990 to 1995, I did a specialty in medicine of pathology, and this was at the Emory University affiliated hospital systems, and I did a combined 5-year program of anatomic and clinical pathology. Thank you. Pathology is the study of disease, and anatomic pathology involves diagnosing disease states from tissues, such as biopsies from living people, tissues and organs from people obtained at the time of surgery, and autopsy specimens.
Please don't tell me I was the only one that thought this was a guy. I thought this was a man. No jokes. When I first saw her, I thought it was a man. So a little bit shocked, but each to their own.
Clinical pathology is the laboratory medicine aspect of pathology and involves liquid-based pathology, diagnosing disease states from fluids such as blood, urine, saliva. and things of that nature, and involves such areas of medicine as chemistry, hematology, microbiology, and blood banking. Now, during the last year of my 5-year residency, I got to work exclusively at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in a subspecialty of pathology, forensic pathology. Forensic pathology is the medical legal investigation of death. And so I spent a year in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office that ended in 1995. From 1995 to 1996, I did an additional year of training in forensic pathology at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. And this year of training outside of the residency was referred to as a fellowship year. But because I already had a year of experience in that office doing those same duties, I was essentially treated like a junior attending, and I got to supervise other individuals in training at that point in time. At the conclusion of my fellowship year in 1996, I stayed on staff at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office as an associate medical examiner, and I held that position until 2004. And I guess to back up a little bit, as a medical examiner in Fulton County, it was our job to investigate deaths that were sudden, unexpected, unexplained, or due to non-natural causes. And as the medical examiner investigating those deaths, it was our job to determine a cause and manner of death. Cause of death is what it sounds like, what caused this person to die at this point in time. Manner of death is a way in which we categorize deaths for purposes of reporting on the death certificate. And in Georgia, as a medical examiner, we're limited to 5 manners of death: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. Okay, so 2004, I left Fulton County and went to work for Dr. Gerald T. Gowitt, G-O-W-I-T-T, who's the chief medical examiner in DeKalb County. And not only did we handle medical examiner cases for DeKalb County, but we also handled cases for Hall, Henry, Rockdale, and White counties. Toward the end of 2005, I had the opportunity to form my own company and put in a bid for the medical examiner contract here in Gwinnett County. So the medical examiner position here in Gwinnett County is not a county department, it is a contracted position. I was awarded that contract in February of 2006, and I have maintained that position since then. I am licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia and have been since 1992. I'm triple board certified by the American Board of Pathology in all 3 areas of pathology in which I have trained and studied: anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. I have personally done between 6,200 and 6,300 autopsies. I have supervised individuals in training in over 700 additional autopsies. And I have testified in the superior courts of Georgia and been declared an expert witness over 395 times.
Your Honor, this time I tender Dr. Terry as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. No objection, Judge.
All right, she will be so tendered.
Dr. Terry, did you conduct an autopsy in the medical examiner's case number 21G1279?
Yes, I did.
Well, first of all, where does that number come from?
Okay. 21, it was a death that occurred in the year 2021. G stands for Gwinnett. And then the 1279, this was the 1,279th death that was reported to our office in that year.
And is a number assigned to every case that comes into the medical examiner's office?
Yes, a number is assigned to every death that is reported to our office. Not every reported death comes into our office, but every death that is reported to our office gets assigned a case number.
And does that case number follow every activity, photograph, sample, procedure that is taken in that particular death?
In our office, yes.
What did you do in relationship to case number 21G1279?
Okay, typically, with any death that's reported to our office in which we have accepted jurisdiction and my investigator has decided that the body needs to come in for an examination, there is a discussion that occurs between me and my investigator so that I am briefed on what they know about the case and if they've gone to the scene, what was observed at the scene. And then when I go to do the examination in the morgue, typically the investigator who handled the case or went to the scene assists with the examination so that there can be a free exchange of information as we're doing the examination. So in the case of a gunshot wound, I'll have x-rays taken prior to my examining the body, prior to the disaster bag containing the body even being opened, because that's something that my technicians can do without the body being exposed and the disaster bag being opened. So that's something that can be done prior to my arrival into the morgue. And so I can know whether or not I have any evidence in the body that I need to recover. Also, in reviewing the circumstances, I'll determine what sort of trace evidence, if any, I need to direct my attention to collecting prior to any undressing or cleaning of the body. So that's very important that I know about the circumstances under which a death has occurred or the body has been found. Then I'll do an external examination of the body. And in doing this external or outside examination of the body, I'm describing any articles of clothing that are on the body, any personal effects, any kind of medical intervention that occurred. And then much like any family physician would examine any one of you, I'll take a measured height or body length, a recorded weight from the scale in the morgue. I'll say whether or not the person appears consistent with the age that they're purported to be. Now, in the case in question, the individual came into our office as an unidentified person. So, of course, there's going to be attention directed to identifying marks, scars, tattoos, because we want to get this person identified. Again, depending upon the circumstances, there may be some collection of trace type evidence. In this case in question, because of the circumstances, I collected various swabs and smears from body surfaces and orifices because I had a young female dead in a park. And so one of the things I've got to be concerned about, was there any kind of sexual contact that occurred? So these are things, if you don't think about them in the beginning, you're going to lose it because you're going to start altering the body by undressing and cleaning the body. So these are my first steps. And then after the external examination, attention was then directed to doing an internal examination. So opening the body and examining the organs as they're positioned in the body. At that point in time, we will collect specimens for routine drug testing, at least, depending upon the nature of the case. We may do more expanded drug testing, but we'll at least collect that. We will collect specimens for potential DNA analysis, and then I'll have the organs removed from the body. And in doing a full autopsy, we'll look at the organs of the chest, abdomen, pelvis, as well as the brain. I'll examine the organs, weigh them, dissect them, and take a small piece of each major tissue and place in a container of formaldehyde solution in case I have to look at it under the microscope. In some cases, I don't need to process the tissue to look at under the microscope, but that's something that is taken in the course of doing a full autopsy. And these are the steps that were taken in the course of this examination. And also in the course of this examination, I recovered some evidence from the body, specifically bullet fragments from the head.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 59 through 60.
Okay, are we skipping 58 on purpose? Do not have a 58.
I'm sorry. There's actually 58 through 60. I'm not skipping it. I'm just not reading it.
Okay.
Only a couple minutes behind, guys.
Okay. Yes.
Are State's Exhibits 58 through 60 true and accurate depictions of that which they're photographs of?
Yes, they are.
Has anything been added to, taken away from them?
No.
Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibits 58 through 60.
No objection, Judge.
All right, 58 through 60 are admitted without objection.
And we'll start with a description of, since you mentioned them, States 58 and 59.
Okay.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
There he is.
Publishing State's Exhibit 58. Describe State's Exhibit 58 for the jury, please.
Okay, State's Exhibit 58 is the jacket fragment of a bullet that I recovered from the head of the deceased. And so this jacket is the outer covering of the bullet, and it's what I would call yellow metal. So it's kind of a golden look to it. And it was on the outer part of the bullet, and it's been broken off. And on the outside of it, you have what's referred to as rifling marks. So when the bullet came out of the gun, it imparted these striations on the outside of the jacket. And so that's what we're looking at in this photograph. And in addition, this photograph depicts a scale for reference, so you can see roughly what size this jacket fragment is. And there's an adhesive label that has the case number, the deceased name, the date I began the autopsy, because I did the external examination on one day to try to get identifying information out to the law enforcement, and then did the internal examination on the next day. And then it's got my signature on there, as well as a description. It's a yellow metal jacket from the left side of the head. And so I recovered it from inside the head.
And State's Exhibit 59.
Okay. State's Exhibit 59 is the lead core part of the bullet. So this is the center part of the bullet. The core in the jacket had separated. And in this photograph, you see the lead core. I've marked the base of the lead core with a capital T that you can see in this photograph, T for Terry. And you also have the identification tag associated with it, case number, date of commencement of the autopsy, the deceased name, and my signature, as well as the site of where I recovered this lead core. And it's not depicted, but there was also an additional small fragment of yellow metal jacket that I recovered from inside the head. But these are the two main fragments of the bullet that were recovered from the left side of the head in doing the internal examination.
Now, these physical samples you collected, but you also mentioned other samples that would include swabs, blood. What is done with the biological samples that you collect from that you collected from this night?
Okay. If we're talking about the swabs and smears, those specimens were collected and packaged and turned.
Uh-oh. I don't know what's happened. Oh, that's not good.
Side and undetermined.
That is
There you
correct.
go. They're not showing the material.
Did you make additional findings about how Miss Lang died based on observations made at the scene, photographs, or other information?
Yes, I have additional information about circumstances surrounding her death based on examination of the body in conjunction with speaking with my investigator and reviewing photographs from the scene.
Look at some of the photographs from the scene. But first, I want to go ahead and get this over with. What was the wound path taken by the bullet that killed Tori Lang?
Okay, well, the entrance wound was on the right side of her head, kind of above and in front of the ear, roughly in the temporal area. And the wound path went from her right side towards her left. There was no significant upward or downward or frontward or backward deviation. It basically went straight across. And in doing so, it produced a devastating injury of the base of the brain, disrupting the main blood vessels at the base of the brain, as well as transecting an area of the brain stem known as the pons.
And what does a bullet transecting that particular section of the brainstem do to the human body?
Well, basically, it severs the connection between the cortex of the brain and the rest of the body, so you would not be capable of any voluntary movement, and would result in a pretty sudden death. Because again, your brainstem is responsible for vital functions of the body, and it has now been completely severed.
Would vital functions include heartbeat, breathing, motor control?
Yes.
Yes to all of those things?
Yes.
And you said death would be fairly, I want to use your words.
Sure. And the reason, because again, it's the pons, could there have been a couple of heartbeats after? Yeah, possibly. So, but death would be fairly instant, not necessarily instantaneous. Might have gotten a couple of heartbeats, but I can tell you there was no breathing in of any blood. So I think death was probably within a matter of seconds.
But after this region of the brainstem is injured in that fashion, essentially there would be no voluntary movement by Tori after receiving that injury.
That is correct. No voluntary movement.
Good luck.
Does State's Exhibit 60 demonstrate this wound path or allow you to show the jury the wound path?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, before I publish State's Exhibit 60, I will warn that it is on the more gruesome side of things. So if there's anybody in the
I mean, dude, you don't need to cut out.
Other than jurors, obviously, who cannot.
They were accepted, Your Honor.
No worries.
This is, Exhibit 60. Can you describe for the jury what's shown here?
Okay, first of all, let me give you orientation. At this point in the autopsy, the brain has been removed from the skull. As the body is positioned here, the face would be pointed upward, the back of the head pointed downward. May I stand?
Yes.
Make sure you keep your voice up so that you can be heard by the jury in the court.
Okay. This is where the spinal cord is. This is an area at the base of the skull called the foramen magnum. This is not an injury. So it's important to recognize that as an anatomic landmark. Here is the entrance wound into the skull. And again, this is the right side of her head. And the bullet has come across. We see radiating fractures or breaks in the skull that emanate from this hole. And then the bullet fragments and breaks the bone over here on the opposite side of the skull. And as I mentioned earlier, the core and the jacket separated. I recovered them kind of beneath the scalp in this area, but this is where the skull is broken. But so the bullet has crossed from the right side of the head to the left, essentially passing straight across. And these bones here, there, and there, called the Petrius Ridge. This is where it communicates with where your ears are. And we've got fractures across both of these bones here. So when you see photographs from the scene and you see blood coming out of the ears, that's why we've got a fracture of the base of the skull, basilar skull fractures, where blood is going to be leaking through those areas.
Now, did this particular, your examination of the inside of Tori's skull, did that confirm, or was that consistent with findings that you, external, did that confirm your analysis based on what you saw externally?
Yes, that she was shot in the head.
Were you able to determine the distance from which she was shot?
Yes. I was able to give a range of fire.
How so?
Well, one of the things that I do as a forensic pathologist is my expertise is in pattern recognition. And while I'm not a ballistics expert, my expertise is in terminal ballistics, what bullets do to bodies and the evidence that they deposit on the bodies. And so in looking at this entrance gunshot wound on Miss Lang's head, there was gunpowder injury around this wound. When a firearm is discharged, other things come out of the end of the gun other than just the bullet. You can have gases, you can have flame, you can have smoke or soot, and you can have particles of burned and unburned gunpowder coming out. And based on the mass associated with these different elements, it affects how far this material travels. So a contact wound of the head is going to look different from a distant gunshot wound to the head, because you don't have these materials getting deposited on the skin. And there are gradations in this range based upon the access of these different materials to being deposited around the wound. And looking at Miss Lang, the configuration of the wound was round. With a contact wound, because you get gases that build up between the scalp and the skull, you get tearing of the wound typically. We don't have this. This was not a contact wound. Also, you can get a muzzle injury. You can get burning or searing of the wound edges. You can get soot. None of that was present. This is not a contact range wound. If you move a little further away, you can get soot around the wound because you got the smoke or the soot getting deposited on the skin, and you can get gunpowder striking the skin and producing injuries. Well, we have the gunpowder injury, but we don't have the soot. So this is falling in a range of fire that I refer to as a medium range wound. And medium range can also be referred to as intermediate. I tend to use medium because intermediate sounds too much like indeterminate. So by medium range, I mean I've got gunpowder injury without soot. And so it implies certain things about range of fire. And in measuring the diameter of the stippling or the gunpowder injury around this wound, from that, you can estimate a range of fire. The only way to know absolutely what the range of fire is to test fire the weapon and see about replicating that pattern of stippling or gunpowder injury. So in measuring the diameter of the stippling, the estimated range of fire is 10 to 12 inches from the muzzle of the gun to Miss Lang's head.
I'll show you what's marked as, or admitted as State's Exhibit 47.
So basically, size of a penis. Would you hold a gun? Would you not hold? Would you not hold it behind you? Pee, pew pew. I don't know.
Can you describe what we're seeing in State's Exhibit 47?
Okay, State's Exhibit 47, we're looking at a photograph of the scene of Miss Lang. And in this photograph, there are a couple of things that are important here in how she's positioned at the scene. Something to note is the pattern of the blood as it's coming out of her nose and as it's coming out of the wound and out of her ears. It's going straight down in accordance with gravity. She's in that position at the time she sustained this wound, because as soon as she got this wound, it's going to start bleeding. And so she wasn't upright and fell down. She's lying in this position. Also looking at her braids, I measured the braids at 36 inches long. Her braids are splayed out behind her head. Again, she didn't fall down on top of them. They've been essentially fanned out. Her head's in that position at the time she received this wound. And that's what's important in this photograph. And in this photograph, we do have the blood that's coming from the ears, from the wound, from the nose, but there's stippling there as well. That's that gunpowder injury, but that's harder to appreciate given the bleeding and brain matter that you have associated with this wound in this picture.
Paige, that's what I thought. Why didn't you do that?
Show you what's admitted as State's Exhibit 48.
I'm not an expert either, but it sounds like it's peeing.
You recognize what's depicted in State's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury about it?
Okay, State's Exhibit said 48? 48?
I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 52.
Sorry, 52, I'm sorry. This is a photograph that's taken in the morgue. And as I mentioned earlier, when I start conducting my examination, there's going to be various cleaning of the body. And so in the course of doing this examination, I'm altering the body. One of the things that I'm doing is shaving around the wound so I can see the extent of this gunpowder injury around the wound. So in this photograph, she's been cleaned, undressed, and I've shaved around this wound to look at the extent of the gunpowder injury. And as I mentioned earlier, a contact wound of the head is going to look different. This entrance wound is a typical looking wound. It's round and it has this gunpowder injury around it. And we don't see any soot there. So this is what I characterize as a medium range of fire.
And you said medium range to fire means 10 to 12 inches.
Well, in this case, based on the diameter, estimated 10 to 12 inches. And what's going to be medium range of fire, if you consult with a ballistics examiner, it's going to vary based upon the type of firearm, age of ammunition.
I was just listening to an announcement. What's going on? Oh, no. They crushed. We're gonna have to go back to law and crim. Bear with me. Right, law and crime, law and crime. I've got law and crime here. They just finished the video. Right, the volume's gonna be crap again. Watch it on Nick. No, I'll put it on here.
Out of the human body.
I got it.
Is it liquid?
Yes.
When is it that blood starts to clot or coagulate?
Okay, well, it depends on the person. Some people are on anticoagulants, and it may take longer for it to clot. Some people may have other factors that cause them to clot more readily, like high platelet counts or coagulation deficiencies and things of that nature. So it's variable. It's going to be dependent upon the person.
Maybe.
And also too, it can be dependent upon the surface on which the blood is accumulating.
It's nicely to my next question. So the surface on which the at first liquid blood is accumulating
Mhm.
Can determine whether or not or how fast it coagulates.
It can, yes.
Can blood be absorbed into anything?
Anything's kind of broad because there's certain things that would be resistant to blood soaking into the gown I wear in the course of doing an autopsy, but various surfaces blood can get absorbed into.
Can blood be absorbed into the ground?
Yes.
Would the absorption of the ground be determined by exactly what a particular patch of ground consisted of?
Sure, I would guess that, or surmise if, say, we had a patch of grass or something there, something that made it, or a clump of leaves or something that made it somewhat different. Okay, that may interfere with how readily the blood soaks into the ground.
And do you recall if any of your investigators did any, did anyone dig up the blood spot?
No.
Were you able to make any other determinations based on the state of Tori's body at the scene?
I mean, that's kind of broad. I'm not sure.
Let me do a different thing. You mentioned blood transfer on Tori's thigh. I am going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 30. What's depicted in State's Exhibit 50?
Yes, I was just gonna say
I-
that can't be 30, so states 50, okay.
Okay, okay, State Exhibit 50. What we're looking at, this is a close-up photograph of Tori's right thigh. So let me orient you. Her head and upper torso would be to the right of the screen. The feet would be towards the left. And so, again, if I may stand. That's sort of the inner thigh area. You see the left inner thigh kind of at the bottom of the screen. So, and in this photograph, we're seeing some blood that has been transferred to this area. This is in looking at photographs from the scene, and I don't believe not with me on the stand, have we seen a photograph showing her body where you see this transfer on her thigh. But that is something, in looking at photographs and in discussing with my investigators at the time I began the examination, this blood was out of place in the context of her injury and the blood flow of her head. There was no way to explain how she could have gotten this blood on her thigh. It has been transferred there by something else. So in looking at this, there's some splotches of blood that are up higher towards the line of her shorts. And then there's some linear areas, or kind of linear, with drops of blood kind of running down a little bit that are kind of more towards the inner thigh. And again, this is blood that was later determined to be Tori's blood, because when you see blood like this that's out of context, you may worry about someone else having injured themselves and depositing blood on an individual. So in the course of doing this examination, I took swabs of that blood because it's out of place. It was determined to be Tori's blood, but it's been transferred there. She was not able to, after receiving this injury, get blood on her thigh.
I'll show you on that same subject what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 12. I have zoomed in a little
Okay.
to illustrate the blood that was found on Tori's thigh.
Okay. And again, mainly the focus was on that right thigh. That was what was more evident at the time when I was examining her in the morgue. But again, this blood is out of place, and you can actually see that there is some that's on the inside of her left thigh as well. And again, she was not able to transfer this blood in this area. So something or someone has touched her thighs in that area and deposited the blood there. And it's her blood.
But after sustaining the injury that she did to her head, there was no more motor function.
Correct. As I said, she would not have been able to deposit the blood there. It was transferred there.
I'll show you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 46. Part of the findings that you made were that Tori was in that position when she sustained the gunshot wound.
Is that a question?
I was waiting for you to finish with the one.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
How does this picture illustrate or not illustrate that?
Okay. Yes. I mean, before we've talked just about the blood putting her in that position. Also, as we look at her, we see particulate dirt that's on the back of her thighs, was on the back of her clothing. She sat in that position. She was not dragged into that position because these are particles of dirt that are stuck on her. Again, if she'd been dragged, you'd expect to see it more smeared, and it's particles there. And again, nothing smeared on her back. And again, talking about the flow of the blood, the fact that, we've got 36-inch long braids that are fanned out. She has placed herself in that position. She's not been dragged or manipulated into that position.
Show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 54.
I can sort of say we can't see it, so I find it quite hard to visualize it. I just wish well, I mean, maybe I don't want to see it. I don't know, but can't get any
So
context to it.
State's Exhibit 54 contribute to your finding that Tori was in the position in which she was found when she sustained a gunshot wound.
Yes, I think that helps. Again, we've got particulate blood. I don't know if there's any better picture of the shirt at the scene, because in this photograph, she has been manipulated at the scene, tipped up, and then taken to the morgue where she's been undressed. So the shirt is more saturated with blood than it would have been at the scene. But again, the dirt looks relatively particulate and not scraped or smeared like she's been dragged.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 57. Is that the same shirt?
Yes, it is.
And does it contribute to your finding that she was in that place when she sustained the gunshot wound?
Again, for the same thing I said in the previous photograph, I mean, it's the same sort of thing. We've got particulate dirt, and this is the shirt after it's been removed in the morgue and after it's dried. So, there's some alteration there of the blood where the blood's all streaked, because again, she's been rolled, she's been transported from the scene to the morgue, and the shirt's been removed. So looking at the blood on this shirt's kind of misleading, but looking at that particulate dirt, again, it's not smeared or ground in. She's not been dragged into that position. I think it supports that she lay down at that site.
Lay down, but what does that mean? Be shot and just
Again,
hasn't been moved.
Your finding as to the manner of death was undetermined.
That is correct.
Were you able to exclude homicide as a manner of death?
No.
Were you able to exclude suicide as a manner of death?
No.
Were you able to exclude accident as a manner of death?
Yes.
Were you able to exclude natural as a manner of death?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Let me have counsel for both sides approach, please.
She wants to finish for the night. Because it's nearly 5 o'clock and they want to finish at 5. The cross is going to be long, I think. So basically, she's like, it could be anything. The only thing the state have got an advantage is the hand and the eye, but that could be anything. I don't think he's ever denied that he wasn't there at the time, just as she shot herself. Yeah, but it's like 50-50 though, Young. I'm not sure because. Oh no, you voted, so it's 6 against 4 now. I'm not sure who the 4 were. I don't like it.
All right, I expect this witness to be rather lengthy.
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to keep you all that late tonight. We are going to conclude for the evening. Let me ask Dr. Terry to step off the witness stand for a moment.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Terry.
All right, I'm going to remind everybody of your precautionary instructions during the overnight recess. The more we get into the trial and further along, Those instructions become more and more important. So please adhere to those instructions. Leave your notepads and your pens in the chair. Take all of your personal belongings, and we will resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow. 9 o'clock, report to jury assembly.
Right, we'll wait now to see if there's anything from either side. I think she's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know. Blue Wench Thursdays. I don't know. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Oh, it's more people voting on it now. Okay. Those that don't like it, why don't you like it? I don't care, but Murph's
All
here.
right,
Woof,
anything
woof.
we need to take up from the state before we recess
Yes.
for the evening?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense? No, thank you, Judge. All right, we will resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Mr. Forty.
So tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern. I'm probably gonna start at about 5 to 9 Eastern. So in the morning, it'll be me and Baker. Baker's gonna join us tomorrow morning for the first part of it until his stream starts at I think it's like 12 o'clock Eastern. So we'll have Baker on the morning, and then we'll see in the afternoon. It tends to get a bit dull. Do you know what I mean? So let me get this out. You don't need to look at those. You got me, my beautiful face instead. Bam. I had a haircut today. I shave my I could do my own hair. I shave my beard as well. Yeah, we got Baker in the morning, and then because I know he's doing the trial in the afternoon, whatever that trial is. So Thursday, just remember, please vote. Are we going to call it Blue Wenches Thursdays? Members only stream. So people are kind enough to become members. So I want to give back a weekly stream for them. And then obviously on a Sunday during NFL, starting this Sunday, we got like a football, sporty, drinky, eaty kind of stream on Sundays as well now. Between 11 and 1 Eastern. That will just be 2 hours and that's it. So hopefully I'll have some guests in there as well. So yes, thank you, Sarah P. Links there already for the morning and afternoon streams tomorrow. So please come and join us. We had a really good morning. We were quite a few people in here this morning, but we didn't get people back this afternoon. But there's a lot of new people's faces that came here. We've also got some old faces. So yeah, we're getting there. Hopefully, people come back. Murph, I know Murph's a bit of a whore. She's a bit of everywhere, but so am I. Sarah P's a whore. I didn't realize she's such a whore as well. Do you like Blue Wench? Look, I'm not sure what the right answer is here. I don't know what the right answer is here. Do you know what I mean? I do, but I mean, does Shelley? Do you like it? Hi Kimmy. That's the thing. If I respect you. I mean, I always knew you were a whore. I didn't expect Sarah P to be such a whore. I'll be honest with you. I'm a whore as well. Like what I do is I jump in streams just to give people likes. I went into Baker's, give him a like. I went into Nick's, give him a like. Do you know what I mean? So I whore away like that, but then I come out again then. Um Hey Murphy, I cheat a bit. Yeah, you cheat a lot. I like all the whorish way. That's the way. That's the way. That's the way. Hi doll. Move Tiff. I aim to please. Well, can we start pleasing me then, Sarah P, yeah? Can we start you still in holiday mode? Sarah P still in holiday mode. So you're forgiven for today. Oh, yesterday, Sarah. Honestly, yesterday the stream was a disaster. I've never done a stream like it. Everything went wrong. You name it, it just all went wrong. And I said, "Oh, Sarah P's back. We better organise now." You come in, fucking start bitching. Do you know what I mean? Fucking aura. She's still here. Sarah, let me out. Yes. She's still a holiday mode. That's fine. I mean, I forgive you all. It's all good. I'll carry you all. It's fine. As per usual. It's all good. I'll carry the stream. Do you know what I mean? I'll haul myself out. It's all good. I think the stream went well. I think the swearing has gone well. Ah, yes. Boony, 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 boony. That's got happening before long, isn't it? And cool, but oh Jesus, it's all going on. What's the poll say? What's the poll say? 6 people said yes, 4 people said no. 7 people said yes, 4 people said no to this. I like to split it up a bit. Well, you might like it, but I'll just call you a whore. It's fine. It's the same concept. But Young, you like the term blue wenches, yeah? Blue wench. Because every time I come up with something, Charlie shoots it down. So I noticed literally a bunch, apart from Bunchy, literally all women in my stream, all women. And at home, all women. 4 nieces, my sister, my mother, my father, obviously, but all bam 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 bam. Come to stream, bam 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 bam. Yes. Well, yes-ish. So let me get it. Yes, basically, well, it started off like that, but then it went more. Let me show you. Let me show you what is projected from it. And it does suit it because it means I don't have to do anything else then. I was gonna buy a costume, but I'm not gonna have to now if I do this. No, I don't wanna do that. Why am I doing that for? If I show you this, Shelley, then you might understand why blue wenches. Um, yeah, but I've done blue blench. This is why we're doing the blue wench. Present. Oh Jesus, stop screen then. Present. Share screen then. So this would be our logo. That's a blue wench. You know. Yeah, I was thinking about something like that, but I just don't complicate it. I just don't want to complicate. This is on brand with the channel. Blue wench. So you're all blue wenches. Like this is a wench. I'm blue. This is our like symbol. What do we think? Like this was created way before thinking about blue wench. So people used to call themselves blue wenches, and I just used that as a logo then. Well, it's only for a lady though. You don't want what the young. Do you see any men around here? Do you see any in chat? I have bugger all men in my members group. I have Dave. Obviously, I don't count Bunchy. That's toxic. Don't count Bunchy. Dennis, you're not a member. Dennis isn't a member. Remember, you member. Dave, yes, Dave. Hang on, Erin. Dennis is not a member. Dave is fair. But he's a ladies' man. He'll want to dress up like that. Baker, he's not a member. Not a member. Not a member. I'm talking about members now. Dave is actually a member, because Erin actually gave him a membership thing. So he is actually generally a member, but thanks to Erin. Okay. Okay. Oh, I forgot Lefty as well. Okay, I just seen that. Okay. It doesn't come up. I just went to my YouTube for a second. That's fair. Dennis is now a member. Hooray to Dennis. Um, nice hours, 9 to 5 with a minimum of an hour. Must be nice. I know. That is nice. I wish I was working just 9 to 5. 9 to 5. Um, okay. So what I might do is just leave it then. Yeah, thank you, Erin. You're such a star. I'll just leave it then for today, and I'll just Thursday. We'll just have to think about it. I want something to be associated with with the stream. Shelly's obsessed with bloody pubs and stuff. I don't want pubs. I don't want pubs. So, oh, Dennis, if you like football, NFL, Sundays, make sure you're there. No, did I say? What did I say before she posted that? What's a pub saying over there? Like 2 drinks minimum? No, I don't want. I don't want pub. I don't want pub. I don't want pub. I want something associated with the channel. Like if I was allowed to use it, but I can't, I'd have done it like Rimming Club or something. But I can't, obviously. Do you know what I mean? It would have been like Rimming or Cum Gravy or do you know what I mean? Something like that. But I can't use any of those things. I wasn't bitching about it. Oh, you mother! I wasn't trying to bitch. I was just making a point. And then I forgot Lefty's actually a member as well. So, um, forgot. But Dave as well. Ah, you girls got me up by the balls. That's for sure. Um, yeah, I want it to be channel related. Like this is why I bought Erin's taco so we could play with the taco every day. But it's associated with the channel. Do you know what I mean? Bleep. I did bleep it. Something Welsh. I did. And you said no. I said Sioe Cachu. Sioe Cachu. But you're like, no. So Sioe Cachu is shit show. That's what I was going shit show. But in Welsh. So, or masters level. Why masters level? Call it kitty corner. That's it. No. Pussy corner, maybe, but not kitty corner. This is a problem when you ask women stuff. You come out with all kind of crap. I don't know. I will think about it. I will think of it. I just wanted to be associated with the channel somehow. And Cachi is, because Erin knows. Erin started it. Erin seems to start a lot of stuff here. We got Erin's taco. We got um Erin's Cachi now. Erin's beaver. Erin's small bus. Kitty corner. Why? How is that hilarious though again? And what does it? It's nothing to do with the channel. Kitty corner. That's your dream. That's your dream. That is opposite corner. Friggin' Nora. Friggin' no. If you're here for the trial, you're still here. Jesus, what are you doing? Um, I had Jury Box earlier on recommended. It's like it's just gonna be basically what Thursdays. The concept of Thursdays talking crap. Do you know what I mean? Talking shite. And just watching whatever and just having a laugh and stuff. That's why I was like, You're the alternate cook, so then you have kitty corner. But that makes no sense. Kitty corner, what's that got to do with me? I don't like cats. I like pussy, but I don't like cats. That's funny. It's funny for you. Oh, nightmare, all of you, bloody nightmares. So I'm not doing Blue Wench from now on then, because obviously we've now got some male members. We can't do that. But we will think of something else this Thursday. I'm sure I'll get outvoted on some crap. I will have a think to see. I don't know. I'll put some suggestions in, and then we'll go from there. I like some stuff. Girl power, John. Don't start. I get pushed around on this stream by all the women. Literally, I can't do anything. Each thing stay please. No. But I got everyone shouting at me left, right, and centre. If not, they're not shouting in chat. They're shouting on the phone, Twitter, Discord. I was like, do this, do that. I was like, Jesus. But I enjoy it. I do enjoy it. Everyone cares. That's the main thing. And John, you're new here. I appreciate you being here. Like Paige and there's a few people that have been here new today. I hope you women come back. Women. Hope you girls come back. Do you know what I mean? We had a good following this morning, then dropped off this afternoon. Here she is. Right. No, you are not naming it. You are not naming the chat. I will think about something for the chat. And does it happen again? Hello, Thierry. Hello, Thierry. Oh, it didn't. Paige, thank you, my love. Thank you, my love, Paige. 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. That we got loads of dirty bitches here, and I've been good, so I'm gonna let loose a little bit right this minute. Hey, Thierry. Hey, Thierry. By the way, Sarah P, is it still in holiday mode? Oh, there we are. It was going. Hey, Siri. Hey, Thierry. So yeah, hopefully Sarah P's back on form tomorrow. She's been worthless today. Some bugger all today. So hopefully she pulls her finger out of her ass tomorrow and starts working. So we'll see, guys. We'll see. Love you, Sarah. Me and Sarah got a love-hate. I love her, she hates me. So love-hate relationship. No, I have not got a name for the chat. I know Baker said called his something muffins or something like that. I just called my chat. Basically call them bitches. And that's it. And when Dave's here, Dave's the lady man. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. There's lots to do. I'm concentrating on growing this channel first and foremost, more than anything else. But we'll see. That's why I'm trying to put a lot more content out there. Diolch. Thank you. That's for everyone that doesn't know. That's thanks. So yeah, and I'm putting more. My 10-minute videos, 15-minute videos are a lot more popular than my streams. A lot more popular. I think people prefer me just speaking for like quarter of an hour, and then that's it. I can't tell you why, but my videos do 100% better than my live streams. There might be a reason for that. I don't know. Dyddiau hapus. Dyddiau hapus. Well done, Erin. You see, when Erin gets me, she pushes me to the edge, says I'm from England, says all this stuff about me, calls me a prick and all that, twat and all this, tells me to stop playing with a taco and stuff like this. Every time I think like I'm gonna lose Erin, she's gone. She pulls me back in. She pulls me back in every time. Dyddiau hapus. Happy days. So dyddiau hapus is happy days. She's got me back in, reels me back in every time. Hi Erin Hack. And when did your afternoon stream start? 6 o'clock. So that would have been 1 o'clock Eastern. I stopped at 12:10, took a break to have dinner, and then came back at 1 o'clock, whenever it started. It seems to happen. It just went. We had about 20 odd in here in the morning, and then it just went down to nothing. Today. I saw that trend as well. Not just me, but other streamers. Were having like 150, 200, and then didn't quite get enough in the afternoon. Then right, that's Irish. Beyond Trathona, Den Scoth, Agat. Something about Scotland. That's Banshee. So yeah. Um, Obviously, if you want to know more about cases, go to at the gavel, as the gavel drops, or as the gavel. Oh, my head's gone now. There's links in here. Toxic will drop another link in now. Um, yeah, and we got this again tomorrow. This should last a week. They said. I think the last time the verdict watch was like 3 days. Um, no worries, Toxic. Have a fabulous evening, Banshee. Catch you later. Um, Welsh Dragons. No, I don't. I need one for Sunday as well. I need a sports one for Sunday. So thanks, you bunch. There we are. So as the gavel drops, if you're not a member, go in there. Honestly, all the cases are in there. You can get lost in there. Honestly, it's a good place to be. Um, so my plan is, I'm sure Wendy will be up for this as well. I'm not sure what I'm gonna ask Wendy on that at some point. I'm not sure what I do. So what I want to do, right? So on a Sunday, this Sunday starting, not gonna do anything this Sunday. Just get used to it. But concentrate on NFL. Talk about NFL and football and stuff. But then also obviously look at the cheerleaders and all that malarkey. Wink, wink. But also I want to get people on to fly safe flights and good luck with New York City. I want to get people on that are willing to come on. Like I think Irish has come on, Wendy will come on to do like food. Show me what food you would eat for games, if that makes sense. So what kind of food would you eat? I mean, even if I can't get a guest on, maybe I'll ask, right, what food do you eat, guys? Because the time the game starts is 6 o'clock with me. So that could be my dinner. Do you know what I mean? So if it's like hot, not hot, I don't like hot stuff, but chicken wings or um, beer. Yeah, the only problem is I could right, okay, Eric, I'll do a little bit on beer. I can't really drink beer because I'm on tablets, but I can still bring beer on. Um, because I always have like once a week I'll have like a shandy. Do you know what I mean? I have a takeaway or something. I'll get the parents around and I'll share a can or something with my parents. So I could do that, Erin. You're right. I could get some Welsh beers and stuff like that. Around to show you guys what it is. Do a taste test. Something I could definitely do that. But if I get people on, then or if I don't get someone on, then they can do, right, what can I make this week then, guys? And I can pre-make some food and, do you know what I mean, eat it on stream or something, little things like that. So it's not just about football, it's about American culture and American women and, do you know what I mean? And obviously talking about football, because genuinely, I'm interested in American football, but I don't want to talk about it. Like, I love speaking to Dave about it, go pack go. Um, But I don't want to do with doing trials and stuff, you know? I'm sure we get Dave on because he's a Detroit fan and Jamie, Detroit fan, so we'll get people like that on. But I want a purpose to as well. Welshman learns, yeah, I don't want to say learns because I'm a pro. Do you know what I mean? Also, I don't think people appreciate me putting American football in. Do you know what I mean? Football, innit? Coach is a funny word. Koch, koch, koch. Koch. Koch is red. Koch is red. Um, And obviously I'll get Lady Law. So Lady Law is my guest. So I'm gonna start Thursday a little bit late, um, late, but she's joining me later after work. Slightly drinking to what I know. I know. Do you know, I used to be a big drinker. I've not like I've had the odd pint. I've done the odd pint and stuff, but I'm on quite strong medications to be quite honest. So I'm not just gonna. It's unfortunate because Let's Go Brandon. He was on one of my streams trying to get me to drink, and I just couldn't. Do you mean? And I would have made it like I know I would have made hundreds of dollars on it. Um, and that's gutting to think, seeing everyone else making all that money and I don't make it. You know, you can't. But my health comes first. I can't compromise my health. So do members only on the Royals? Yeah, I can do if people are interested in that. I can do heroin. No worries. I can do that. Certainly. Thank you so much. No worries, Jan. If that means you're leaving, then welcome back tomorrow. Lovely to have you here. Lovely to have everyone here. This is me, you see. This is a problem that I've got. I just talk crap then at the end of streams, and we just go thinking about stuff and plan stuff. So yeah, thank you for being here, John. I really appreciate that. And for everyone actually for being here. You know, we're a friendly little group. So yeah, those are my plans moving forward, guys. Anyway, um, I'm interested in the Royals. Yeah, I'm not, but it's something that we can research as we go on it because I've got access to all the UK stuff. Do you know what I mean? That you guys might not have as much access to. Um, remember, Shelley, tomorrow we've got a sentencing. So if you don't know, guys, Charlotte and what's his name? The, Charlotte. Charlotte. What's his name, man? George. Their school in Sussex, wherever they for the deputy principal has been arrested for not pictures of young children. He had over 100,000 of them when he was teaching in Nepal and stuff like that. And his sentencing he got arrested in November, and his sentencing is tomorrow. So yeah. My Siri turns on every time I say hi Thierry. Hi Thierry, and he's go hmm? Hmm? Hi Thierry. Hmm? Um, I don't know Nicholas at all. I don't know Nick. Even though I did go there the other day, and I think I became a member, and I gave out like 10 memberships. But it's because Sol was on. Um, but yeah, MLS Law. He's been on this stream once, a little bit. Um, we always say that we're going to do stuff, but I'll definitely be getting him on here for the football stuff anyway. He's just got so many other things that he does, you know. So I'm doing a little bit. I'm doing stream with Mo. But last time we were doing stream with Mo, we agreed on it. We did it. We are going to do it, and then last minute it had to be cancelled, unfortunately, because something cropped up with Mo. So, but I'll be doing something with Mo. I'm doing some with Baker tomorrow. That's why hopefully people come here tomorrow as well, support Baker, because I don't want to be here with like 5 people or something. It's embarrassing. So hopefully people turn up tomorrow. And then we'll do other stuff moving forward. Yeah, I think David knows because Shelley is, you know, so Shelley's now my agent, my PR woman, tells me what to do. So, you know, yeah, she tells everyone which what to do. So yeah, she's the one that sorted me and Baker out last night, and you know, leading on to tomorrow. You know, so me too. Love the gossip. Yes, that's fine, guys. We can do some of the Royal, no issues. It is honestly. Hi Thierry, and then he wakes up. What? Hi Siri. Doesn't do it. Hi Thierry. Hi Thierry. Hello. I don't think we've been introduced, it says. Oh, you can't see it. Hi, Thierry. Hi, Thierry. Oh, it says, hello there. Um, Nicholas was just looking at someone to have. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know Nicholas at all because we're streaming the same stream. If I'd known this, like I don't know him well enough anyway, but if I'd known, like we could have just done it together. Do you know what I mean? I would have been up for doing it with him, even on his channel. Do you know what I mean? Because it would have got me more exposure and maybe get him back for something else. But I didn't know he was doing it until literally this morning before we went live. That's all good, Thierry. It's all good. It's all good. He doesn't know me, so I wouldn't expect. I mean, I'll say I've given him memberships before, but he doesn't know me. He doesn't know me anything. So, but thank you anyway, Thierry. Shelley likes this joke because she knows I'm not European anymore because the UK are no longer in Europe. So she likes to make this little joke. So yeah, not funny, Shelley. I had an appointment earlier and was off on my streams. It's all good. It's all good. I say I enjoy it anyway. Just want people to stick over. And I think that's sometimes the problem when you got everyone going around the same streamers, you know. So yeah, we'll get there one day. It's all good. I'll say my videos do very well. Videos do very, very well. It's just the streams that don't. You know what you were doing. You knew what you were doing. I'm going to do a lot more videos now on Brian Kohlberger as well because they seem to be big. There's so many lies out there about it, but they're getting thousands and thousands of views. I'm like, geez, I'm going to jump on this bandwagon. People just mention Brian Kohlberger and then people just watch it. So I'll jump on that, no problems, you know. Um, I'm also going to do some other stuff as well, some cases coming up. So we got a lot of stuff going on. We got a lot of stuff going on. It's just finding time now to do it all. Saturday, hopefully I'm off Saturday, I hope, because that's the only day I get off this week. But I'm also not going to burn myself out either. So, you know, it's important to look after yourself. I've just done it a few times. I've been off 4 weeks, ill over the past few months. So we need to be careful. Um, yes, Brian Kohlberg, I know. There you'll be after that one. Uh, no, so I know quite a bit about it. So you know, that's what got me into all this really. So originally, well, Murdoch did eventually, and then Zach Anderson did, but yes, what got me to delve into true crime properly then? No, no, vlog around with no, because then that means I need to get a proper camera and stuff. And no, and walk around. Hey, everyone, yeah, let's go into the shop and let's pick something out. Yeah, hey, this is me in the shower. Hey, this is me having my dinner. Woo! I don't know. But I will do more when I go out walking and stuff. I'll do more so I'm trying to do more members content as well. So I'm not posting as much on Twitter in terms of things, but I might start doing some daily stuff on like when I go to the gym, I come out, I like to just speak or whatever. I might put that for members only or something, and I might put it on one of the other platforms. So we'll see. So I want to do more for my members. Remember? You remember? So yeah, I need to make sure I get Wendy H on here as well. I think for something anyway. So we'll see. Whoopee. And then Lou's making a video, so she'll make an appearance before long as well. And once she's done the Sadie video, we got Solomon here next Friday. Not this Friday, next Friday. I need to speak to Solomon because I'm gonna put him in. Yeah, I got some interesting things to do with Solomon on the stream. That's gonna be a little bit different. I hope you all like it. If you don't, if you do, happy days. Because I don't want. I think that every stream he does is the same, and for him, it's probably boring now. So it's like, I want to do a slightly different stream. So we'll see how that works out. So yeah, that's what we got going on. That's what we got going on. So, yeah, so I think nothing else. I think we'll discuss the name of the channel on Thursday, and then Sunday I'm gonna put something out for Sunday now, Shelley, out for notification so we can share it. What's that? What? For which video? And how do I make notifications there? Right. Whoa. Whoa. This is what I mean. People talking double Dutch to me here now. What are you on about? I did. Yeah, I have. I've done it. I have. I have. I got 10 likes already in it. I put it on Twitter. I put it on the Zachariah one. Discord. It's on Facebook. Yeah, I've had 10 people have liked it already. On Facebook, Jelly, it's got like 70, 80 likes. It's not in our Discord, fair enough. Oh no, it's in my Discord. Yeah, so oops. My notification on, I just looked. That's fine. So you got it though, haven't you, Erin? I think yeah, you've seen it. Yeah, Erin, you've seen it. Oops, be right back. Yeah, on the 18th at 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern, because he's got to work that evening. So we're doing it early. And because of his schedule, like he's like, Solomon wants to do it when it's popular for me. I was like, mate, I'll just work around you. Do you know what I mean? Because my thing is that if people can't make it doing the live, they'll watch it afterwards, So I need to prep for it as well. I'm a bit nervous for it, to be quite honest. I'd never get nervous for stuff like that, but I'm a bit nervous about it. I think because I'm trying something different, and I'm just a little bit worried it's going to bomb. I shouldn't say that word, should I? That it's going to like beep. But then I'm quite good at saving stuff, so we'll see. We'll see. If you don't try, do you know what I mean? If you don't try, I just don't want to do the same questions again. Tell us about Zachariah Anderson. Tell us about, he's done that so many times. So I'm trying different things with this one. So fingers crossed for it. So yeah, that's why I'm a little bit nervous for it. I don't normally get nervous for interviews. I quite enjoy interviewing people, but we'll see how it goes. Um, so yeah, I'm trying to be better with putting videos out in advance. Oh, he doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know. Erin, he doesn't want to know anything. He's down for anything. I'm I'm just trying to do something that is not boring for him. Thank you for having. No worries, John. It's all good. It's all good. Always welcome. Solomon, thank you, Sarah. Posted in MLS and Free Zach Discord. The Free Zach Discord is in there already, but MLS, it wasn't in MLS. Oh yeah, I know he is. I know it is. I'm not worried about him at all. I'm worried about you guys because, as I say, the first few things is a little bit different. He'd be fine with it. He won't care. He'll be fine. Jana's sweet. Jan. Oh, as a sweet puppy. Yeah, I see the puppy there. Nice. Lol. Some say they don't understand you, but I have no problem. Lots of people say they don't understand me. Thierry, honestly, lots of people say they don't understand me. And I think a lot of people, that's why a lot of people say they come in, they don't understand me, so they leave. I'm like, okay. Thanks for being here, Jan. Yes, thank you. And also, I'm surprised some people that I'm actually quite friendly with. They're like, I can't watch you, dude. I don't understand you. All right, cool. I don't know what to do. So I'm very conscious of that. So I try and slow down a little bit and speak clearer. Um, so I don't know. There's no more than I can do for that, really. If you don't understand, you don't understand, I'm afraid. Look, I can't change my accent, but yeah, you'd be surprised how many people genuinely don't understand me at all. I get it. I get it. You know, is that thick English? It's that thick English accent. Murph, fuck off. You're worse than bloody Erin now. Ready to Discord Rumble. Oh, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Discord. I'm not a big fan of Discord. I do it because Shelly told me I have to. YouTube, yeah, I like YouTube. Twitter is the only other thing, but I don't like Twitter. Yes, Murph, thank you. Oh, the two of you, I'll tell you what, being in my ass with this English crap. Do you know what? If you call some of my friends English, um, and they were like, "Go fuck yourself." Not fucking English. I don't mind it as much. It's a bit of a joke, innit? So it's all good. I understand you, but I bet I wouldn't if you were talking to friends and talking about. You wouldn't because I'd be speaking Welsh to them. That's why. Like I think people forget English as well is my second language. I don't speak English until I come on the streams. I don't speak English. Like it, from when I get up in the morning till when I go to bed at night, up until the stream. Sorry, I speak Welsh all the time. I never speak any English. Not an ounce of English do I speak. And that do cruising vids. So going, oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, I try, but when I get excited or when I get, I just go super, super quick. But yeah, I think people forget that. It's same for Baker probably. It's just, it's don't speak. Can someone get on in Wales? Yeah, a lot of people. English is spoken all over the place. In Wales, you can be an English speaker, not an issue in Wales. It's just I don't speak where I'm from. I mean, there's lots of English here, but I mean, people that I tend to see and speak to are all my mates. I think 99%. Well, not 99. Majority of my friends here at home are all Welsh speakers. Um, family all Welsh speakers. Obviously, I've got some college friends and stuff that are English speaking. The Broken Beggars helped me expand my accent knowledge. Happy days, Thierry. That's good to hear. I'm trying to do the same. And does King Charles speak Welsh? He can speak minimal Welsh. Minimal. Um, he he wouldn't pass conversational then, but he could. If you had it written down for him, he could speak. He could read it and practice in it. But he's not. You know, nothing. Um, not very good at it. As in, he's not. It's not natural for him then. If I go to a pub where you are now, is the menu in English? Yes. It's a it's either in Welsh and English or it'll be just English. Um, some in his childhood. Yeah, but not much. Have you ever met Royal? Yes, I have. I had to organise an event. True story. I had to organise events for Prince Edward and his wife Sophie. So I had to do it in a school. Actually, it's a huge event. I had to do it in a school, because it's like he's the Duke of Edinburgh, and we got Duke of Edinburgh awards, um, in Wales. So it's just like an extra, mm, what do you call it, award, qualification. So I had to get like hundreds of kids doing all these different activities, and he was visiting. So yeah, so I got to meet him and Sophie. They were lovely. And it's interesting because I planned everything down to a T, timings, everything. And I had an activity station outside, and they're like, "Oh my God, just let you know, we're gonna have to move this because so if you're in a royal car does not reverse with them in it. So when they come into anywhere, they have to go around. You have to have the turning space to go around because you are not allowed to reverse with a royal in the car, which I didn't know. So quick to move some stuff. But yeah, they. I mean, the car reverses when they're not in there, but for them to be dropped off, they have to have a big circle to be dropped off, and they cannot reverse with them in. I didn't know that. So that's my story there. obsessed with Kate's kids. Yeah, they're cute. And the youngest one is very, very naughty. So just listen to it. Yeah. I like he speak. No, he can't. He can't speak conversational Welsh. Not proper, like not properly. He can speak a little bit of Welsh, but not conversationally. No, he can't. Edwin and Sophie, brilliant. They're my favourites. The kids are super good looking too. Yes, I don't know key understanding accents other than Latino. It's amazing what YouTube has exposed me to. It is, yeah. YouTube's great like that. Rookie mistake. Yeah, I know. Louis. Yeah, Louis. He's a little terrier, isn't he? So yeah, that's my story on that. I don't think I met any other royals. Not close up then. No, I met them close up. I haven't met anyone else close up. I think I've been in places where Prince Charles and stuff are there, but not physically meeting them. And also the other thing that, well, I mean, this was the Queen. We're having a royal night now, but the Queen herself, whenever she would go to any new places to visit, you always had to change the toilet. So they had to bring in a new toilet, the lid and stuff like that. And you had to have a toilet just for the Queen. So they would come in, you have to put new toilet seat in and then reserve it. No one else was allowed in there except for the Queen. So I'm not sure if Charles is doing the same. But that's true story. Whenever she used to visit anywhere, the only way that she would visit is if there was a brand new toilet seat and there was something that no one else had been in that day. Um, us Americans obsessed with royal children. I think you Americans are obsessed with UK anyway. In the same way, I'm obsessed with US women. To be honest with you, the US women are beautiful. Do you think Meghan? Do you think Meghan mocked Charlotte because of an ill-fitted dress? I've not seen that. I don't know what that is about, Murph. Not sure. I've not seen that. I hope she didn't, because Charlotte's class already. Do you know what I mean? She's taken after the other side, should we say, not William's side. Queen's dogs. Queen's dogs. Yeah, you saw them when she had the carriage. Um, then you have the royal wipers. Yes. No, you don't have the royal wipers, but similar. Could people use the toilet after? Yes, but not like she'd have to be gone. Do you know what I mean? So if she was on the property, no one was allowed in. She had to leave before, in case she had to come back or something. No Sussex squad here, I hope. No, no. Well, look, I don't. We'll save it. We'll save it. Do you live near the bro? Probably about an hour and a half away. The disaster, yeah, that was huge. I obviously don't remember it, but yeah, that was huge. But yeah, about the valley is probably about where I went to university was about 20 minutes away, but yeah, about an hour and a half away. Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I didn't know anything about that, to be quite honest with you. I'll do a deeper dive. If genuinely people want this, I'll do it. So it doesn't have to do no one taking a DNA or something. No, I just think she wanted to make sure, like, you see men, they piss on seats and stuff like that. Like, you don't want the Queen sitting on piss, do you? Do you know what I mean? And I don't think she's gonna leave any DNA from her ass on there, to be quite honest with you. For the wedding. Okay, no, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I need to do a deeper dive on it. We love royals more. Well, it depends, because I've seen lots of people love, like, lots of people love me. What's that about? Do you know what I mean? I'm just a guy with an accent that, you know, has man boobs and beer belly and speaks funny. But I've had people like, say, "Oh, you're great," whatever. No worries, Sarah. We'll be listening while driving. Join us in the morning for happy day. Sarah, have a good night this evening. Thank you for today. Hopefully you're better tomorrow. Joking. Um, but yeah, thank you, Sarah P. See you tomorrow. American Goodness of accents, they do. I told you, like, yeah, we won't go into it, but thank you, Thierry. Love you too, Thierry. Not Siri, Thierry. Um, bye, Sarah. Bye, Sarah. So yeah, I mean, I'll do a little members only one, but if it's interesting for Royals, I might put Happy Days there. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about Happy Days, but like, isn't that a little bit cringe? Do you know what I mean? Happy Days. Where you going? Oh, we're going to Happy Days. Happy Days. Happy Days. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Oh, Happy Days. So, yes, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's just because it's there as well, Happy Days. Uh, Bye, Erin and Murph. I understand you. They must be ignoramus, to borrow Irish's term. Oh, Andrew. I don't want to cover Andrew. Ooh, dressed like the Fonz. I was going to dress like a blue wench, but no one wanted it, so I didn't. Um, we learned enough about Andrew with Epstein. That's fair. That's fair. I don't want to know more about him either. It's for members and members now that what it's for members and members now what it means. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, 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 I'm with you. Sorry. Yeah, members know what it means. Yeah, it does, but it just doesn't sound. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could just say members only stream, happy days or something. I could do it like that. Just members only stream, happy days. We'll think of something. We'll think of something. We'll think of something. I'm not thinking about it. But yeah, I might do. If I do a family thing, then I might do a public and do a private one as well. Do you know what I mean? Or I might do a members. Well, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know because I need to get more viewers as well. So, I need to do stuff that people would like as well. But I also want to look after my members. Remember your members. Um, I agree. Fergie is very interesting. Fergie is 50/50, but I don't mind Fergie. I don't mind Fergie. And obviously Diana and stuff like that as well. I remember, people say I don't remember where I was with a lot of iconic stuff. I don't, but I remember where I was when I heard about Diana, and no bullshit. Where I was actually in this room, years ago, um, and I remember where I was. I was actually writing, finishing off, a what do you call it? An essay based on Diana. I was just finishing off. It was like a history, not history, it was actually what was it for? Was it for Welsh class or something? I did it based on Diana. You had to pick a famous person and write about them. So I picked Diana, and literally that morning, put the TV on, and literally was in the next day. I was like, "What?" And, you know, that's how I remember it. Jeez, like it was yesterday. You need regular viewers, but I can't afford membership. No, this is what I mean to you. It's all good. I mean, I got some members, obviously, that pay. I'm happy days for them. I'm really grateful for that because that's my job. But I also understand that there's other people that can't do it. That's what I'm saying. I will do um, for regular people as well. I don't want to, I want to thank people, but also understand that people can't afford stuff. So I'm not trying to do everything as members only either. It's just more of a thank you. So yeah, I fully appreciate it, Thierry. Don't worry. Don't you worry about that. There's a lot of people I understand, but because it's my job now, I wish I could do this for free. I wish I could get paid for this. Then I wouldn't have to worry about, memberships and stuff. I just do everything free. Happy days. Couldn't OJ rewatch and get tons of it. Trouble is, Legal Vices is doing it, isn't he? The OJ rewatch. He's doing that now, so I just don't wanna. do at the same time, you know. So um, yeah, that's what really Legal Vice is doing it, and I don't want to do that. Jump on board with that, because I'm sure he'll have something to comment about it. So, but in the future, maybe I want to do. I'm not sure how popular it's gonna be. I want to do Kyle Rittenhouse. Um, yeah, I want to do Kyle Rittenhouse at some point. I might do over Christmas. Um, but then yeah, I don't know. Got to think over Christmas. Have a break, both so people at home and want to stream. And also I'm doing Johnny Depp. I thought Johnny Depp and Amber Heard would get me lots of views, but didn't. Didn't really get me any, to be quite honest. So we got a couple of new people from it, but not many. Don't know you dating. No, no. Robert Blake or Phil Spector. I don't know who they are. Do not know who they are, Lawyer's Kid. Tell me who they are, and maybe I can answer. But those names do not jump out to me. Phil Spector sort of does, but deep dive. Rock's rewatch. Yes, I was gonna do it because it's coming up again in August, isn't it? But it's one of those things for old ones. I started doing Johnny Depp, and I'm bored of it already. We're not even halfway through yet. I'm genuinely bored of it. I just and I did Jensen because everyone said, "Oh, Jensen, I'll do Jensen." I did it, and I ended up for 3 whole weeks, literally just me watching it. And Sal would come in and stuff like that. It was, I was, everyone told me just finish it, just finish it, and because, but I didn't want to do it. Um, this I'll jump to here because this is the truth. Rewatch is usually boring. You know the end. Exactly that. That's what Jensen's about. Literally, people came in for the penis talk, and then they left. I literally was listening there for 3 weeks. The last 3 weeks, I don't think I got one subscriber. What a complete waste of 3 weeks for me that was. Deep dive. I like deep dives. I do deep dives. Famous people. Americans love to know about dating culture, and yeah. I mean, it's not much about it. Pinch a girl's ass. Tell her she's beautiful, and let's go. I'm joking. Mendes Brothers trial. Yeah, well, that's coming up again, isn't it? So that might be an interesting one. But I don't think I would want to do this trial. I just want to do the best bits, like, you know. Robert Blake was a famous actor in the 50s, accused of murdering his wife. Okay, didn't know that. JD was a long trial. Murph? Turf? I'm going grey. It's a big, I don't say big mistake, because that's just disrespectful, because some people really love it. But jeez, I don't. The last one I didn't mind the last episode, but it's right. And I know what Young's about to say here. Go to Amber Heard. I got one more episode before Amber Heard, apparently. So one more day before her. Um, Probably. Let's see. But haven't heard anything recently. Okay. Phil Spector, famous music producer, accused of shooting a woman. Okay, didn't know that. Both trials very exciting. Yeah, I think the problem is it's a niche thing as well, though. That's the only other problem. And as Dennis says, once you know the results of it, it's really, really boring then, for most people. I mean, rewatch but skip the boring bit. Yeah, but I don't know what the boring bits are. Um, so as I say, I will go to Amber Heard. I'm on episode 13 next, and she's from 14, 15, 16. So got one more episode till then. People will come for Amber, they don't want to see the stuff. It's You can't win. You know what I mean? That's the problem. I listen to too many people and they aren't boring. Well, Lois Kid, I trust you, Lois Kid. I trust you. Got a lovely dog there, by the way. It's just everyone told me that about Mark Jensen. Everyone told me that I was gonna get a ton of people subscribing and following me. I went, I did it. I think who did it after? Was it Paltrow? I think it was after going to Paltrow, I think. I was having on average between 50 and 80 people on my streams. It was great. I went from let's say 80 people to 0 because of Mark Jensen trial. And I never got back. I literally never got it back since then. I was building nicely and never got it back. So I'm having trouble getting to any of the new trials. I feel you. I feel you. It's hard to get into it, and to pick the right ones. Do you know what I mean? The ones I'm looking forward to is like Kohlberger, Boone. Even does not excite me. Does not. Now we're talking. Murph and me are on the same page here. Hang on, Murph. I'll get to you now. Blake and Spectre were wacky people. I could do something on there, Lois Kid. It's small, but I'm not sure I'd want to do a trial on it. I probably pick out the best bits or something. Or something. Oh, yeah, okay. We could look at it. I'm waiting for Delphi and Colbert. Exactamundo, Murph's turf. Exactamundo. Those are the ones I'm looking for. There's another one I'm looking forward to as well. Oh, I forget her name now. New England. Next of Patriots release near Foxborough. The girlfriend ran over the her boyfriend, who was a policeman. That's another one I wanna cover. That sounds bizarre, so I wanna do that one. Should get a dog on a cute little lap. Dog will sit in your lap. Dog is always bringing viewers. Yeah, I don't like dogs. Look, everyone just go, "What? You don't?" No, I do like dogs, but, um, but I've had this before, right, in the stream, and everyone's like, "What the f—" I think I broke Shelley's heart. I like dogs, but I don't like dogs in the house. I grew up on a farming culture, unsubbed, and dogs for me need freedom, need to be outside and stuff like that. Now, if they're well behaved, I don't mind them being in the kitchen overnight or something like that. Fine, but during the day, I'm not. Do I see a dog running around on a farm. That's how I'm used to seeing dogs. I'm not used to seeing dogs in the house as pets type of thing. Um, so I'm not against it. And if you show love to a dog, absolutely crack on. I'm sure you all do. It's just it's not how I was brought up. I was brought up with dogs, places outside running around. They don't come inside. Well, sometimes they do, especially when they get older, they come inside, but not everywhere and stuff like that. Bees would never be inside. They would always be outdoors, so and they work, not hard, but they work, so working dogs, like sheepdogs, basically. That's what I love them. They get treated really well. And if obviously it's raining and stuff, they got their own beds, outside. Um, but yeah, I wish I could. All my friends have got dogs and stuff. It's just, I'm unfriendly with all of them. It's just more of a, yeah, just the way I was brought up, I suppose. Um, yeah, Mo does them, but I like to do them. Yeah, I might do something with Mo, but I like to do things differently as well. I want to do a deep dive into it, but still plenty of time for that. Yeah, I know Lady Law wants to do that, so hopefully she pulls a finger out as well and starts a channel. That might be one of the first ones she does. So if that is something she wants to do, I'll jump on board with her, obviously. Um, Nicholas Strauss never saw share subscribers, so need to go slide those to grow. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but time for you to grow. Absolutely. But for me, Thierry, I think the problem, Thierry, fucking Siri, is right. So you just said something here, right, Thierry? Right. I'll cover this in the next one, right? You really need to edit old trials to take out the crap. Yes, Judge, you sometimes cover. You see judges outside the trial. Yes, yeah, Judge Boyd. Yeah, I agree. Unsub. No, you haven't. Fair, but yeah, broke my heart. I was sorry, Shelley. Collaboration is great, but you need, you need to find your own niche. Not easy, but you'll get there. Yeah, dude. Look, this is my mentality, Thierry. That's my mentality, Thierry. Not you, Siri. But then everyone else is like, no, collaborate. So I will collaborate a little bit with Baker and Mo. I think they're lovely people, and I'll do that a little bit. I was supposed to go on with Sal before long, um, but I'm a great believer, same as what you're saying. Um, I got some great people in here, but most of them will watch the people you've named. You know, um, so obviously you all come from Nicholas or Baker or wherever it is. So like they're 100% the first people you will watch. So when you're watching them, you're not here. So yeah, you're right. Let's expand with that. I want to still support those channels because I want to support Baker, try and get him some subscribers. He's about 550 short. So if I can get people to go there, um, you know. I'll help support that. But you're right, it's the same people. You're 100% right. And most of them subbed for me. It's just more of a when I'm on the same time as everyone else. All those guys that you just mentioned. So everyone will go there. Which rightly so. Do you know what I mean? Rightly so. So you know, but I haven't found my niche yet. I like doing videos, but I haven't found my niche. So I I always say to people, this is what I love, just chatting, answering questions. If this was during the day and got more people here, just like Royal Family, yeah, cool, let's get something up about Royal Family. I just enjoy talking shit. Do you know what I mean? Trial for me is just an excuse. I'm interested in some, but I'm the same as Murph. Most of them don't bloody. I don't give a shit about most of the trials, to be quite honest with you. But you, Siri effing hates Delaney. Yeah, bloody Siri. Because it didn't do. Call Siri and doesn't say anything. Hello, Siri. Oh, didn't do it. Hello, Siri. Hello, Siri. Hello, Siri. Bloody do it that time. Um, having a hard time going. Yeah, I'm going to jump on him. I'm not sure when. He's going to give me a date. Um, but Sal's a cool customer. So, and Sal's been around here. It goes back to what you said, Thierry. Everyone who I've got that is here now watches all these guys and subscribe to all these guys. So just trust your own gut. Yeah, watch the trial. That seems yes. You can't please. Nope, you're right. You're right. And I try and do that. I don't care if the rewatches for the most part, maybe close to current time case. Yeah, yes, I agree. It's the difficulty is getting them like last week. There was nothing. This week there's like 3 trials. I hated joining Death Trial. Oh, well, I'm hating it now as well. So I'm in the club. John P. What? Why? Um, I love seeing small channels grow, and I love you don't give a damn attitude. But if you want to grow, you kind of got to play the 100%. No, I do. And do you know what? Actually, I started to do it. I've started not swearing as much. I'm not in any algorithms. I don't get monetized for any of my videos. So I need to grow up a little bit as well. Do you know what I mean? So I'm trying not to swear as much. I try to have fun as much as I can. Um, but it is the only way I can have fun is just be myself. But how do you advertise this kind of stream? This right now? I'm just talking to you guys about nothing. You wouldn't be here. Do you know what I mean? So, this is genuinely what I like, just talking crap, chewing the fat, as they say. Chewing the fat with you guys. More than I watched and enjoyed some of it. I know it was, yeah, you're doing a good job. I know. I'm really trying because genuinely, I'm not. If you search for me, right, genuinely, not my name now, but it's Trials, you won't see me, or you see me 200th person. So, and I don't get monetized because I swear, and people complain about my channels. That's two things I get a lot of. So, that's not me. Again, I don't get. We'll get there. Fascinated by this, was so pissed they had 1 week off right in the middle of the trial. I think you needed it. It's so bloody long. I can't get back into it. Ugh. Love you too, Thierry. Love everyone. Deep dive Mendes. When's the Mendes one coming up? Because is it a retrial for that or something? Um, I got so many deep dives, guys, that I need to do. So many people. Okay, I got quite a few that I need to do. It's just when I do my deep dives, it's normally like, for instance, I'll do a deep dive now. Say I'll do a deep dive Monday. There's a trial on. You all bugger off to that trial. Rightly so. That's what you're interested in. So then it doesn't matter if I do a deep dive if people aren't here. I've got a spot there, and I'm like always looking at what. So it's getting a balance for it. I love doing deep dives. I'd do a deep dive for like 8 hours. Um, I was hooked to the JD trial. I bet you were, Murph. He's a good-looking guy, though. People are like, oh, he let himself go. No, he's a good-looking guy. Rich celebrities had behaving badly. That was a draw for me. That's fair. Do you write any of your stuff down? Nope. How do you remember these ideas and thoughts? Nope. Don't write anything down. I'm I'm one of these guys that does this, where I just go, okay, I'm streaming, or right, I'm doing it. My videos. No joke. When I do with my videos on my phone, I have an idea in my head. I grab my phone, put it on the stand, press record. I speak, press stop. I upload it straight to YouTube. I don't even watch it back. Upload it, done. I'm an impulse person. Impulse as anything. Yeah, I do need to maybe get a better structure. I don't know. I do understand I'm trying to please everyone, and I do get Thierry's point that you can't keep going, on everyone else's channels. Um, Super boring when, yeah, yeah, that's fair. For Yeah, I know, I know, I know. I agree. Needs judge to prove there is additional evidence to okay, that's an interesting one. I must admit, many times when I was just lurking, listening, I swear you were saying my name, so it took me a minute to catch up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know, it's so close to Sirius, unbelievable. Um, Aries. Aries. Most I get it. I just got bored after a while, especially on her side of it, but still more interesting than most anything going on. Fair. True, hard to compete with the JD trial. I don't see what you guys saw. I mean, I see it. I see it. It's Johnny Depp. Like, all you women wanna like shag him. I understand that bit, 100%. Like if Johnny Depp walked in the room, all of you like your legs are up in the air already. Johnny! Johnny, I'm open, Johnny. I'm open. Way. Or you're just like, oh shit, I should have trimmed this morning. Bollocks. My dog would say she puts up with people in her house. That's true. Get a huge whiteboard and write down. And write down data. I'm pretty good at knowing what. So I've written down actually 8 cases I want to cover ish. But I will be honest, I have said here what cases I was going to do, and I got sniped. So I'm very tight-lipped now about what I do moving forward. It's my dog's car too. I think it's because yeah, 100%. I think it's because everyone, like, genuinely in my stream for Johnny Depp, I'm like this. I'm like, why do you all hate Amber Heard? I don't understand why you all hate it. She's all right. She's all right. Um, I don't see what she's done wrong. I mean, where we're at now, we've not heard a testimony yet, and I'm like, okay, I'm swinging a little bit towards Johnny here, but we've not heard her testimony yet. So why do you guys all hate my? Like, every time I say anything positive about Amber, I get lynched. And it's because what Erin said. Basically that everyone's not Erin, Murph's turf, sorry. I saw Erin underneath her. Um, Spider does it with me, but Spider absolutely hates Amber Heard. So whatever I say about Amber Heard, like, she'll go, well, yes, that, blah, blah. And it's quite hard then because, like, everyone's blasting it. I'm like, yeah, but I've not seen it, guys. So I don't actually hate Amber Heard at the minute. And I'm sure maybe I will hate it, but at the minute, I don't. Where I'm at with a trial at the minute, I'm like, tit for tat at the minute, from what I see. Do you read The Sun? No. The Sun is a bag of filth. Bag of filth, Erin. They are. My father reads it. My father reads it, but I could get access to it if I wanted to, but it's a lot of people boycott The Sun ever since they got rid of page 3 of the tits. Nah, they boycott because of them. Oh, they are just total liars. Erin Hark and I pretty much the same person. Happy days. So I could put then Erin, and then next to it I could put Murph. Oh no, don't put Murph. That's his dog's name. Jeez, I'll put it. I was gonna say, don't put Murph on it on the taco. Play with the taco. Erin's taco, 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 taco. No, I'm not. Okay, right. Hang on. Well, you should disbelieve. Not granted that theory, because for this exact thing, I figured you might be very much with the Sun against. I'm not against JD at all. I'm not against him at all. Do you know what? I wasn't even aware what he was up for in London. I've gone into this trial genuinely knowing the result, but I've said I'll do it fair. And where I currently am, I lean towards Johnny Depp, but I'm not like slam dunk. He's innocent and all this. Um, do you know what I mean? So where I'm watching it live now, I'm just like, well, they're both just about each other in some ways. But I'm waiting to listen to her testimony to see the abuse that she suffered and stuff like that. He's had his chance to see what she says. Um, you know, I know that she's not going to do well, but I'm trying to keep it legit. So speak to me in a month, I might be like, Amber Heard, what an absolute cow. I don't know because I've not heard the testimony. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to go into it really, really, even though I know the result, try to be in there and be unbiased. So I'm not brainwashed, 100%. I guarantee you I'm not. Yes, Murph can have my. Grin. You love the taco. I made this specially for Erin. I got it shipped from New Jersey as well. I thought it was from the UK, but it's actually New Jersey it came from. Couldn't believe it. American tax, you can fuck right off. Bloody hell. I got it especially for Erin as part of the stream. She doesn't like it. Then I think if you had watched JDAH and a handful of, it would have been more. I watched the JD. I liked it. I liked Johnny Depp. I liked the guy, the artist. Loved him. Loved the guy in the car. Loved him. Um, I've enjoyed some of the people that he's had on witnesses there. It just gets on a bit too much, and I think it's also a little bit because Spider's so anti Amber Heard. It makes me more positive towards Amber Heard, because I'm not, anyway. I love Arian's tackle. I've been munching on Arian's tackle for weeks now. For weeks, I've been munching on it. Oh, sorry, not munching on it. She's totally innocent in my opinion, but she's all. But we know the result. So yeah, and I thought he did well. Thought he did extremely well. Isaac, yes, loved him, loved him. The guy in the car with a vape, and the way that Johnny looks at all these people and just laughs at them. Do you know what I mean? You know he's a genuinely nice guy. Um, I think that he's a great guy. You can see the way he treats people, the way people say good stuff about him, but also the same people say good stuff about Amber as well. So evil is reserved for the most heinous. Yes, I know. JDH is the one trial we give you permission to not remain neutral. Can the cat eat the land child? And yes, of course, I love my tackle. Thank you, Erin. I especially got it for you as well. Do you know what I mean? So I was trying to be thoughtful to you because you've been a great contribution to this channel. Um, he just cried, no, no, I got you, I got you. Vape guy, the vape guy. You see Johnny's face with a vape guy, with a vape guy. Johnny was just like just pissing himself, when the vape guy was on there. So I loved that. Um, So yeah, I 100%. I said I've leaning towards Johnny Depp anyway because I think he's an incredibly genuine guy. Do I actually remember the witness names? You're doing well, Murph. Doing well. It's hard for me calling you Murph because obviously I know it's your dog's name, so it's like good doggy. You're a good doggy, Murph. Good doggy. Amber had some real leeches of friends. Remind me of the movie Parasite. Yeah, I I don't know who her friends are. I've seen her topless though. I saw her topless last week. Oof. I know people say she's got no tits. She's got tits. Don't you worry about that. She's got tits. You can see what Johnny thought about her, why he got there, why he wanted to get there. I still wear my Justice for Johnny t-shirt all the time. Watching in the present was awesome. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it was. I just missed the boat with it. Do you know what I mean? Um, I think I caught the tail end of it where you can't get into it. I remember when he had the trial in London, but I had no clue what it was about. I only know he lost. That's all I knew. Um, he was very personable though, and then obviously this one, you know, um, where I want to see. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember where it was. I don't remember where it was. Genuinely, I don't. Was he on Twitter? It's probably on Twitter. I think someone sent a link or something, and it was from some people talking about death, and then I was like, "Whoa, Amber Heard topless." I I I thought, they're not huge, but they were nice. They're subtle. Mm. Down boy, down boy, down Murph, down Murph. Um, yeah, but also now I'm probably a little bit against the Justice for Johnny thing because of DUI guy. I'm not a DUI guy fan anymore. So I used to be, not anymore. I watched Rokita. It was so effing funny. Yeah, I need to watch him. I need to watch him a bit more. I've seen people. I think was it Sal that criticised him, saying that he's great for trials, but not his Newsnight stuff he's doing right now. So I've not watched it. Dan Wootton, South Africa in his own league of battle now. Dan Wootton is an a-hole. That's all you need to know about Dan Wootton. Absolute a-hole. Pics were leaked online from. There we are. It was something. I seen them. They're on Twitter somewhere. I'm sure it was Twitter I saw them. If you Google Amber Heard topless, I'm sure they'll come up. But the ones I saw, down boy, down boy. If Dave was here right now, Dennis is here now. But if Dave was here, jeez, hello, ladies. And by the way, if people didn't know, Dave has been ill, but Dave is now well again. He told me last night he is on the full mend after being taken to hospital. So, good on Dave. So I know he's still around. He's whoring himself out there with all the ladies. He's always where Wendy is, I noticed. So, wherever Stream Wendy's at, modding, Dave's there. Yeah, I don't know what else. Oh, pics, yeah. So yeah, I don't have look, we still got well, I think we've got 11 or 12 people here, which is madness. What are you doing here? You know, don't get it, but I enjoy it. I'll end the poll. So 58% said yes, but I might just do it as Shelley said, do it as members only happy days or something like that. We'll see. So yeah, so okay, Shelley, take note now, Royals. Shelley, make me a list. I don't make lists, guys. That's what I need mods for. Do you know what I mean? I mod myself. I'm great mod. Um, so I need to make lists for me of what we do. So with that, I think we end it there. I think we've had a good run, and it gives me about an hour. It's nearly it's 20 past 11 in the evening here. Oh, there we are. Murph found it. So and I can have a relaxing hour now on Twitter or wherever, just decompress myself before going to bed. I got my niece here again tomorrow. She's a handful. She wants to be on stream every day. She's like, I'm me, I'm me. I'm like, no, no. Okay, she's been on here a few times now, but no, no. But she's a little terrier. I love her to bits. So, yeah, she comes in super early in the mornings. Mother drops her off with me, so I need to go to bed because I won't have much sleep with her. So yeah, love you all. I've enjoyed. It's great to see new names as well. Hope you all come back. Um, I just hope my mods are better tomorrow. I mean, Iris and Sarah, Jesus, hope they pull their fingers out. I'm joking. And Spider, hope she stopped sulking. It's okay to apologize, Spider. So yeah, with that, guys, love you all. Appreciate you all. Thank you for everything. And I'm gonna end broadcast now. So hopefully see you tomorrow. Baker's on about 5 to 9 Eastern, and then yeah, we'll do something. We'll do the trial in the afternoon as well. I think tomorrow morning is gonna be interesting with the cross as well. I know obviously there's other people doing these streams. I know some of you might be watching them, but pop in anyway. So, Erin, good night to you. Good, Erin. I like that. Night, Dylan and Chow. Good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Look after yourselves. Look after your family and friends. I'll see you in the morning. Ta-ra.